Chapter 11:20. The intoxicating singing voice reverberated in the vast space, filling every corner. The most beautiful voice in the world continued to turn into ripples and undulated. Every fan present was holding a glow stick in their hands, cheering at the top of their lungs. Traces of infatuation remained in their eyes, listening to the invasive singing that kept trying to drill into his mind. He frowned as he looked at the crazed looks of the fans in the audience. Although the spiritual energy contained in the song was small, it was enough to affect ordinary people. The fans present must have been affected by the song to some extent, which was why they were cheering so crazily, right? Although the singing was pretty good without the element of spiritual energy, a normal song wouldn't be able to make people go crazy like this. Looking at the beautiful girl who is still immersed in his performance, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. Night Tempter Meizhou, level 73. Is she Night Tempter Meizhou? Wu Yan didn't know if Coterie shared the information he got from the system. Coterie's low voice came from the other side of the earpiece. He could faintly hear her grinding her teeth. Could it be that she's wearing spiritual equipment? Why is she showing it in front of so many people? What is she thinking? TSK, who knows? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Maybe they're using the stage effects as an excuse to hype up the atmosphere? Maybe she doesn't care about her elf identity being exposed. That Night Tempter Meizhou is too reckless. Coterie snorted. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Wu Yan scratched his face. He had a headache. Although he was here, he really didn't know how to get in touch with Xiao Meizhou. Night Tempter Meizhou is like a virus. She doesn't even want to look at him, let alone touch him. Wu Yan sighed as he watched the beautiful figure of Temptress Meizhou dancing and singing on the stage. Why does such a beautiful girl have such a troublesome personality? He is even harder to deal with than Kuang-san. Didn't you take care of Kurumi too? Coterie's voice turned vicious. So, you'd better be straightforward and take in that lesbian girl. What you said is very interesting. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. You're the only one in the world who would ask her husband to take in other girls. Shut up. Coterie, who had been speaking in a menacing tone a second ago, snapped. At this second, Coterie's voice was filled with shame and anger. The other members of Ratatosk were gasped in shock and Kanazuki Kyuhei screamed like the sky was falling down. Coterie yelled out loud. Hurry up and get rid of her. Can't you at least let me be mentally prepared? Seducing Xiao Meizhou is too difficult. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Suddenly, the beautiful song that had been reverberating in the air came to an abrupt stop. As the song stopped, the cheers of the fans in the audience also stopped. Instead, it was replaced by whispers full of doubts. Sensing something amiss, Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at the stage. His gaze met with a pair of rigid bright silver eyes on the stage. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Seducing Xiao Meizhou, who was singing and dancing with a smile on her face, was looking at him. The smile on her face stiffened, and her dancing movements froze on the spot along with her body. Only a pair of beautiful big eyes rippled uncontrollably, until finally, it turned into utter disgust. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, seducing Xiao Meizhou stopped dancing and lowered her head. Her bangs that were at the same height as her eyebrows covered her expression. The fans in the audience screamed in shock. The audience was in chaos. Bad news. Coterie's raised voice sounded through the earpiece. Seducing Xiao Meizhou's favorability is dropping at an unimaginable rate. It's infinitely close to zero. No. It's already in the negatives. Wu Yan's expression darkened. In the end, it's still like this. Just then, why? A sweet voice sounded like a mosquito and miraculously entered the ears of everyone who was in the midst of the commotion. Then, everyone could see it. Seducing Xiao Meizhou raised her head and stared at Wu Yan as if he was a disgusting insect. She screamed. Why is there such a filthy thing at my concert? His voice, which was filled with disgust, was shockingly loud. Like a gust of wind, his voice turned into a sound wave, exploding towards the audience like a shock wave. All of a sudden, the fans in the audience were the first to be hit by the sound waves that turned into shock waves. It was as if they had been hit by an invisible air pressure. One by one, they screamed and were blown away, smashing into the chairs or walls. While they were howling in pain, each of them had suffered considerable injuries. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Then, anger filled his wine-red eyes. Seducing Xiao Meizhou vented her anger on ordinary people because of her mood? These people are all her fans. Wu Yan couldn't help but be enraged when he saw the girls wailing in pain. His gaze turned cold when he looked at the temptress Meizhou. "Don't look at me with your filthy eyes." Her voice was very sweet and she looked very beautiful. But the words coming out of seducing Xiao Meizhou's mouth were very vicious. Her eyes were full of disgust. "Damn it. Whenever I think of my singing being heard by a filthy creature like you, I feel uncomfortable all over." Taking a deep breath, seducing Xiao Meizhou's full breasts immediately protruded. When they reached the limit, seducing Xiao Meizhou opened her mouth. "Ah!" A long high-pitched voice echoed from seducing Xiao Meizhou's mouth and turned into a wind wave. It was like the impact after an explosion, mixed with a strong pressure. It was like a substance, violently swinging in the direction of Wu Yan. Wherever it passed, the seats of the audience were all blown away. Even the people who had fallen on the ground were shaken up again and smashed down heavily. Witnessing all this, Wu Yan's eyes became more and more cold. Looking at the sound wave, he didn't dodge or do anything. He just stood there and looked coldly at seducing Xiao Meizhou. That cold gaze made seducing Xiao Meizhou's face change. She couldn't help but feel a little timid. Finally, the sound waves hit Wu Yan's body. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, but his body didn't move at all. Like a statue standing tall in the middle of a storm, he didn't move at all. "What?" Seducing Xiao Meizhou's eyes widened a little, and she couldn't help but step back. He didn't move under her voice that contained offensive spiritual power. This had never happened before. Even those magicians of AST couldn't do it. How did this man do it? Could it be that he is the magician of AST? But he didn't wear those equipment on his body. Or, is he also an elf? While thinking this in her heart, seducing Xiao Meizhou wanted to raise her head and look at the man again. But when she raised her head, the position where the man originally stood was already empty. Night Temptress Meizhou was startled. Before she could react, a rough voice that only men would have, that made her extremely disgusted, resounded from behind her. "Where are you looking at?" Seducing Xiao Meizhou's body stiffened, she quickly turned around and looked behind her. On the other side of the stage, Wu Yan stood there straight, facing seducing Xiao Meizhou. There was a faint smile on his face, but there was no smile at all. Obviously, Wu Yan was a little angry at seducing Xiao Meizhou's actions. "You." Seducing Xiao Meizhou furrowed her brows. She didn't hesitate to distance herself from Wu Yan. It's not because she's afraid, it's because she hates men. She subconsciously distanced herself from Wu Yan. The two's actions were captured by Coterie and the others in Aphraxinus, through the big screen. Coterie's expression turned heavy. Even Oniai-chan is angry. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 11:21. In the command room of Fraxinus, the members of Ratatosk raised their heads and looked at the two of them on the big screen. Seductive Beauty's favorability bar is still dropping. They started to panic a little. "Commander," a member of Ratatosk said in a panic. "The diva's spiritual energy fluctuations are starting to become unstable. If this goes on, it's very likely to cause a space quake." "Captain." Jin's fist clenched and unclenched, then clenched and unclenched again. His usually serious face was now filled with nervousness. In fact, it wasn't just him. Beside him, everyone, including Coterie, was nervous. This doesn't look good. Coterie bit hard on the pearl in her mouth, trying to use the sweetness to ease the tension in her heart. If this continues, Seductive Meizhou's favorability will drop. We won't be able to continue the battle. Captain isn't going to fight Seductive Meizhou, right? Yatsuki Chinyu's expression is uncertain. He shouldn't be that reckless, right? Captain. That might not be the case. Coterie frowned. Because she saw something she hated, she vented her emotions on ordinary people. In fact, those people are even her fans. Seducing Xiao Meizhou is indeed too much. With brother's personality, I'm afraid he's really angry now. What should we do? Shina looked at Kotori. If the captain really fights with the diva, then the AST side will definitely rush over as well. Indeed, it won't be a good thing if we run into her again. Kotori recalled Tabichi Origami's cold face. She clenched her teeth. We can only trust Oniai-san's judgment. Kotori turned to Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu. She announced. Shina. Yatsuki. You two go over there first. If AST's people show up, we must stop them. Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu nodded and ran out of the command room. Kotori turned to everyone. Everyone, get ready for battle. Spacequake alarm is on standby. Once we detect a spacequake alarm, sound the alarm. Yes. Shunwue. Kotori lowered her head and said to Kyuhei Kanazuki, Oniai-chan and the temptress Meizhou are going to fight. Go and make arrangements to save all the fans in the venue. Understood. Kanazuki Kyuhei saluted energetically and ran out of the command room, shouting and yelling. Then, he arranged all the things that needed to be done. Kotori's furrowed brows finally relaxed. She looked at Wu Yen, who was smiling on the big screen, but there was no smile in his eyes. He's really a troublesome brother. On the stage of the concert, looking at Meizhou, who was looking at him with disgust, Wu Yen looked around. His gaze swept across the fans who were lying on the ground and wailing in pain, and his emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Do you know what you've done? Huh? Temptress Meizhou was stunned for a moment. Then, she frowned and her sweet voice echoed in the air. I don't know what you're talking about, but can you please not talk to me like nothing happened? It's super disgusting. They're all your fans, aren't they? Wu Yen ignored Makoto's words and he continued talking as if he was minding his own business. His face was calm. You're a popular artist. Is this how you treat your fans? Meizhou's brows twitched. She followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked at the audience. She looked at the girls who were groaning in pain on the ground. She seemed to realize what happened and laughed out loud. Then, a sentence that caused Wu Yan's expression to freeze up came out of Makoto's mouth. Along with her innocent laughter, her words spread across the stage. Are you kidding me? Since they're my fans. Of course, they have to accept all of me. I can do whatever I want. Just as she finished speaking, the smile on Temptress Meizhou's face froze. She keenly felt that the atmosphere at the scene seemed to be a little different. It made her feel like she was in a deep quagmire and couldn't breathe. Because they're your fans, you can do whatever you want. They have to accept it. Wu Yen looked at Meizhou calmly. Even if it's you who inflicts pain, they have to accept it gratefully. Is that what you mean? Seeing the smile on Wu Yan's face, Meizhou would feel that smile was extremely disgusting. But at this moment, that smile made Meizhou feel cold in her heart. However, Temptress Meizhou still nodded and spoke matter-of-factly. They like me so much. Aren't they willing to get hurt for me? Willing? Wu Yen stared at Meizhou. You said willing? That's right. That's right. Temptress Meizhou leisurely called out, everyone will listen to me obediently. After saying that, Night Temptress Beauty Zhou suddenly opened her hands. Under her feet, a ripple-like wave suddenly fluctuated and spread across the entire stage. The army destroyer songstress. As if responding to seductive Beauty Zhou's call, a huge castle-like metal block slowly emerged from the flashing ripples under her feet and set up on the stage. It's a huge pipe organ connected to a slender silver cylinder. It's as big as the stage. That's... Kotori's pupils shrunk when she saw this. She shouted in shock. Is that an angel? Wu Yen frowned when he heard Kotori's voice. He thought of something and he extended his consciousness to Fraxinus. He shut down all the systems in the command room and he ignored the commotion in his earpiece. He looked at Temptress Meizhou. In the auditorium, those who slowly got up from the ground seemed to have noticed this. They looked at each other. Temptress Meizhou smiled maliciously and waved her hand. As if she was drawing something, following the trajectory of Knight tempting Meizhou's hand, a long flashing organ keyboard appeared in front of her. Then, he lured Xiao Meizhou's hand onto the keyboard of light. Let's sing. Army Destroyer Singer, Gab Japel. The next moment, a strange sound came from the huge organ standing on the stage. From the connected silver cylinders, clear syllables overlapped, turning into sound waves within the ripples that spread out in all directions. The air in the entire venue was violently vibrated by the sound waves. The sound waves entered the ears of everyone present and directly invaded their minds. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that the sound waves that swept through the entire venue like a storm gradually calmed down and finally disappeared. At the same time, all the sounds at the scene disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the strange zither music or the audience's anguished howls, they all disappeared. Not even the sound of talking or footsteps could be heard. No. That's not the only thing that changed. In the audience stands, the audience members who were still struggling to get up were like mechanical dolls. They stood up straight and did not make any extra movements. Their heads were lowered and their faces were expressionless. The light in their eyes had completely disappeared. Wu Yan looked at the audience who stood up in unison like mannequins. Wu Yan seemed to have expected this. He glanced at them and he looked at Temptress Miku with a calm expression. Noticing Wu Yan's gaze, Miku's expression darkened. She pressed her slender fingers on the keyboard and played a syllable. Catch him. The audience straightened their backs in unison, held the glow sticks in their hands, and rushed directly to the stage. The messy and neat footsteps entered Wu Yan's ears. He finally looked at them. Looking at Meizhou's happy expression, Wu Yan closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and shouted. Stop. Chapter 1122. Army Destroyer Singer, Gab Japel. The angel that seduced Meizhou. It was a huge organ with a keyboard of light. It could play different kinds of music, and depending on the music, the effect would be different. Because Knight Temptress Meizhou's ability was to control sound, once Knight Temptress Meizhou made a request, with her voice infused with spiritual energy, normal humans without spiritual energy would be unable to resist and obey. And the existence of the angel, the Army Destroyer Singer, raised Seduction Meizhou's ability to the limit. In just an instant, thousands of people in the venue fell into Seduction Meizhou's control, just as Seduction Meizhou had said. Everyone would listen to her obediently. Because Meizhou had the ability to control them. Even if she really wanted them to die, these fans who had turned into puppets would not hesitate. This is what Yakumo Meizhou wanted to convey to Wu Yan. In fact, if Wu Yan did not cut off Fraxinus's voice in time, then everyone in Ratatoskr would have fallen into Meizhou's control and would not be able to turn around. Such behavior was simply too vile. Even if Wu Yan knew about Meizhou's situation in advance, and also knew why Meizhou became like this, he could not help but get angry. Killing Meizhou was definitely not something Wu Yan could do. But as for the actions of seducing Xiao Meizhou, he also looked down on her. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust towards this carefree, incomparably arrogant seductress who treats others like toys. Even if there's a reason for this, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Freeze. Looking at the sea of people rushing towards him, Wu Yan coldly shouted. Suddenly, the syllables mixed with traces of magical fluctuation spread through the entire venue. In the next second, all the people who were rushing over like zombies, as if they had heard the supreme command, all froze on the spot, and could no longer move. How could this be? Temptress Meizhou's bright silver eyes fluctuated violently. Her face was full of disbelief. Then she glared at Wu Yan hatefully. What did you do? What did I do? Wu Yan sneered. All I did was control their behavior. Compared to you who controlled their minds, what I did was much worse. You, originally, before coming here, and even after coming here, I have been thinking about it. What method should I use to contact you without arousing your hostility? When Meizhou was about to say something, Wu Yan suddenly changed the topic and interrupted her. Meizhou froze for a moment, as if she heard something funny, her face tensed up in disbelief. Contact me? Stop joking. Let dirty men like you come in contact with me. I might as well just die. As expected. Hearing the words that tempted Knight Meizhou, Wu Yan nodded without changing his expression. That's why I've been very distressed, but now, thank you, what you did, I don't need to be distressed anymore. Hearing this, alluring Knight Meizhou took a step back. In her heart, a bad premonition arose. She couldn't help but ask out loud. You? What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. For the current you, I don't want to have peaceful contact with you anymore. Do you want to accept my lesson obediently, or do you want to struggle desperately, and then choose the way to negotiate? Choose for yourself. Meizhou's face was angry, she was so angry that she laughed. You're just a human. Do you think you've won? Sorry, I'm not a human. Wu Yan sneered. The real human should be you, right? When she heard Wu Yan's first sentence, Meizhou was already stunned. When the latter sentence also fell into her ears, her expression completely changed. In the end, it turned into thick shock. You know about me, of course I know about you. Everything. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Meizhou's words again. But I've also said that I have nothing more to say to you now. Who will say anything to you disgusting men? Meizhou's face was gloomy, and she shouted with some resentment. Since you know so much, then take these secrets and die for me. Army Destroyer Singer, Rondo. As if she wanted to vent her resentment towards Wu Yan, Meizhou stomped her foot fiercely. A circle of flashing ripples centered on Meizhou's foot, and it kept fluctuating and swaying on the entire stage. In the next moment, a large number of silver cylinders emerged from the flashing ripples on the stage as if they were protecting their master, and also as if they were surrounding their enemy. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with silver cylinders. It wasn't until they extended to a certain extent that those silver cylinders stopped. Then, like a microphone, the front end fell in the direction of Wu Yan. Only one of them was like a microphone aimed at Meizhou's mouth. Meizhou raised her body, took a deep breath, and faced the silver cylinder in front of her, and made a high voice that was enough to echo deep in the ear. Ha! The silver cylinder of Army Destroyer Singer continuously reflected Meizhou's voice, and then it reverberated out from the silver cylinders aimed at Wu Yan, like an invisible rope, it wrapped around Wu Yan's body. The sound waves that were invisible to the naked eye reverberated and shook the surroundings. Wu Yan only felt that his body seemed to be pressed down by something heavy from all directions, squeezing in the middle. Even his body became a little heavy, causing him to raise his eyebrows, and also causing Meizhou to laugh happily. How is it? Isn't it amazing? My voice. Well, it is indeed amazing. Lowering his head and looking at his slightly bent fingers, Wu Yan also laughed. It's just that you made a mistake. Meizhou stared at Wu Yan with some displeasure, and said in a sharp voice. It's already a great blessing for a man like you to listen to my voice. If you still have to comment on my voice, it'll be the most serious pollution in the world. If you can, please shut your mouth and don't taint my voice. Don't worry, it won't tarnish your voice. Wu Yan chuckled. This is not your voice at all, how can it be tarnished? This sentence was like a sharp arrow that mercilessly pierced into Meizhou's heart, causing her to feel a sharp pain. Her face couldn't help but turn pale, and even the smile on her face became a little forced. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's not that you don't understand, you just don't want to face it. Wu Yan glanced at Meizhou and declared bluntly. Don't you know that the reason why you have the voice you have now is because of the power of the elves? So what? Meizhou bit her lips, and her extremely beautiful face was slightly distorted. The power of the elves is also my power. But the voice is not your voice. Wu Yan's words directly hit Meizhou's heart. In the end, your current voice is just a fake, shut up. Meizhou's heart was completely messed up, she panicked, and at the same time, she was angry. What do you know? I said, I know everything. Wu Yan sighed and laughed self-deprecatingly when he saw Meijio's pale face contorting as she roared at him. Really, I already said that I have nothing to say to you, but in the end, I still said so much, really, even I feel funny. Along with this sentence, a ferocious magical heat flow suddenly erupted, blowing away the sound waves that were pressuring from all directions and rushing toward Temptress Meijio without any explanation. Ah! Knight Temptress Meijio was shocked. She subconsciously raised her hand and blocked in front of her in an attempt to block the magic power impact that blew over. But when she thought that her body was about to be hit by a huge impact, the magic power heat flow that was rushing toward her suddenly disappeared without any warning. Before Knight Tempter Meijio could react, several purple magic circles rippled around the stage. Immediately after, a chain that was suffused with a faint purple light shot out and wrapped around Temptress Meijio's body. She was heavily tied up and hung off the ground. Chapter 11:23. With a series of clanking sounds, the stage that was filled with silver cylinders not long ago was immediately filled with chains that glowed with purple light. Temptress Meijio didn't even realize what happened. Her plump body was firmly bound and she lost her sense of substance under her feet. By the time she reacted, she was already suspended in the air. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. What is this thing? Temptress Meijio couldn't help but struggle. Traces of spiritual power emerged from her body and supported her body, causing her extremely plump body to instantly possess strength that surpassed that of a human. Unfortunately, such strength, in front of the lock of discipline forged by the gods, only caused a crisp sound of collision. Let alone breaking it, it was impossible for her to break free. It's better to save some strength. Seeing Temptress Meijio constantly struggling, Wu Yan walked over the many silver cylinders on the ground and slowly walked in front of Temptress Meijio. He looked directly at her pair of bright silver eyes. With your strength, it's impossible to break free from the lock of discipline. Temptress Meijio's struggling figure stopped. Looking at Wu Yan standing in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. You? Who are you? Hearing Temptress Meijio's question, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question? Asking the identity of the person who came, no matter how you think about it, should be something you should do from the beginning. However, Temptress Meijio is different. From the beginning, when she saw Wu Yan, she didn't ask anything and directly attacked him without saying a word. It's not until now that she was restrained that she asked. It can be imagined that if it was another man, after being attacked by Temptress Meijio, in less than 10 seconds, Temptress Meijio would forget about it. For Temptress Meijio, Wu Yan's only identity before this was a man. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, Temptress Meijio didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Looking at Wu Yan, who was less than a meter away from her, she reflexively struggled again. Just to get away from Wu Yan, his face was filled with panic and his eyes were filled with fear. He was deeply afraid that Wu Yan would do something to him. If she let the man she hated the most do something to her, then Xiao Meijio would really have the heart to short-circuit herself. Not to mention letting a man touch her, now. Smelling the unique masculine scent from Wu Yan, the seductive Meijio already wanted to vomit. Wu Yan frowned and sighed when he saw the deep hatred in Knight Tempter Meijio's eyes. He also knew that Knight Beauty Jiu didn't hate him, but she hated all men. However, it was Wu Yan's first time being hated by someone. Moreover, the target was a fairy that he had to establish a good relationship with in order to seal. No matter how he thought about it, this was an extremely troublesome matter. It seems like there's no need to talk to you for the time being. Wu Yan waved his hand and tapped the wireless earpiece in his ear. There's no other way, I can only let Coterie and the others talk to you. Come with me first. Come with you? Temptress Meijio was startled at first, then she violently struggled. Who wants to go with you? I'm already sick of breathing the same air as you. I will never go with you. Then I'm sorry. Wu Yan glanced at Temptress Meijio indifferently. My impression of you isn't much better. Although I'm not as extreme as you to the point where I can't breathe the same air as you, I won't be gentle with you either. Wu Yan raised his hand and a dense mana surged and condensed in his palm. A black magic formation expanded from Wu Yan's palm without any warning. In a moment, it was as wide as Wu Yan's shoulder. The mana swirling around it was like bees that saw honey. It turned into streams of air and merged into the black magic formation, causing it to tremble. Buzz 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 buzz, a buzzing sound reverberated from the magic formation under the influence of mana. 4 pitch-black rings seemed to have been launched. Against the sound of breaking through the air, they soared into the sky with a trembling sound. They circled above the stage for a while and then shot towards Temptress Meijio's body. Amidst Temptress Meijio's cries of alarm, 4 pitch-black rings seemed to have lost their shackles. They wrapped around Meijio's limbs tightly and emitted a faint black light. Peng! Almost at the same time when the 4 rings were wrapped around her, the Army Breaker singer, on the stage and the silver cylinders that covered the entire stage exploded and disappeared. Night Beauty Jiao also felt that the spiritual power in her body could no longer be mobilized. Aware of this, Night Beauty Jiao's pupils shrank and she screamed at Wu Yan. "What did you do to me?" Night Beauty Jiao's shout suddenly disappeared. Wu Yan, who was ready to accept the baptism of Night Beauty Jiao's voice, was startled and looked at Night Beauty Jiao. With this look, Night Beauty Jiao's sluggish expression fell into his eyes. "You. Ah. Ugh." In a daze, Temptress Meijio opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she said a complete word, the rest of her words turned into a muffled whimper. Night Beauty Jiao's sluggish expression changed. It became full of panic and despair. Her voice had disappeared. Realizing this, Night Beauty Jiao seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body trembled and she kept opening her mouth, trying to make a sound. In the end, what she made was always an incomplete whimper. That was also natural. Seducing Xiao Meijio's voice was obtained by relying on the power of the elf, and the pitch-black rings wrapped around her limbs had already imprisoned her spiritual power. Naturally, the voice she obtained from the elf's power could no longer be emitted. Thinking of this, Wu Yan waved his hand and removed the lock of discipline. Night Beauty Jiao, who was free, had a sluggish face and directly lay on the ground. Then, she crawled toward Wu Yan with a panicked face. She did not care that the person in front of her was the man she hated the most and grabbed his clothes tightly. Give back to me." Night Beauty Jiao was like a drowning person, using Wu Yan's clothes as a life-saving straw. Even if her hands were trembling, she still did not intend to let go. Her face was full of despair, fear, and terror. She begged at the top of her voice. "Give my voice back to me, give back to me." Looking at Night Beauty Jiao, who was kneeling in front of him and clutching his clothes tightly, her eyes were full of despair and begging. Wu Yan was silent. Night Beauty Jiao was a person who had nothing other than singing. This was not belittling Night Beauty Jiao, but a fact. Whether it was in school or sports, Night Beauty Jiao's grades were at the bottom. She did not know how to cook or wash clothes. She did not even know how to take care of herself. Night Beauty Jiao was such an existence. The only thing that could be recognized by others and stand out was her singing. Therefore, for Night Beauty Jiao, singing was everything to her. It was also because of this only talent that Night Beauty Jiao successfully debuted as a singer at the age of 95 with the stage name, Xiao Dai Yuno. Men accounted for 90% of her fans. Originally, her path in the entertainment industry was quite smooth. It was not until she rejected the unspoken deal of a TV producer that everything changed. Scandal. A fabricated scandal. This sudden scandal caused Temptress Meijio's reputation to plummet. The change in the attitude of the fans made her very painful, causing her to be mentally and physically exhausted. In the end, she even got psychogenic aphasia and lost her voice. From the beginning, Night Beauty Jiao had nothing else to do besides singing. From the beginning, Night Beauty Jiao had nothing else to do except for her voice. After losing the ability to sing and her voice, Night Beauty Jiao no longer had any value. Therefore, for Night Beauty Jiao, her voice was even more important than her life. Once such an important thing was lost, one could imagine how desperate it would be. It was also because of this experience that Night Beauty Jiu, who turned into an elf, no longer trusted humans. Especially men, she hated them to the extreme. That was why she treated men as slaves. That was why she treated women as playthings. That was why she used the power of the elves to manipulate others and do whatever she wanted. In the end, Night Beauty Jiu was just a victim, a pitiful person. Chapter 11:24. If she lost her voice, she would lose her value. This point of view had long been deeply ingrained in her heart. In addition, she had already gone through such a painful experience and lost her voice again. The despair and fear in her heart were even greater than before. When she thought that she might be betrayed by humans again, her pretty face turned pale and lost all color. "Please, give me back my voice." She wanted to say this sentence more than once, but she could not say it completely. She could only maintain her pale face and frightened eyes. She grabbed Wu Yan's clothes like a beggar, causing the entire stage to reverberate with intermittent, hoarse cries full of pleading and fear. "Give! Give me!" Lowering his head, looking at the begging temptress in front of him, Wu Yan's anger toward her arrogance was involuntarily extinguished. All his emotions turned into a bitter smile. A pitiful person must have something hateful. Temptress Meizhou really fully demonstrated the authenticity of this point of view. Squatting down, Wu Yan made eye contact with Temptress Meizhou's frightened and pleading eyes. He did not have the mood to teach her a lesson. Even his tone could not help but soften. "I don't have any malicious intentions towards you. I just came to find you because of some things." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Temptress Meizhou did not feel relieved. Her face was still full of panic and pleading. For Temptress Meizhou, Wu Yan's intention was not important. What was important was her voice. She only knew that the man in front of her had taken away her most important voice. The helpless Temptress Meizhou could only do her best to plead. She begged Wu Yan to return her voice, because, other than her voice, she had nothing else. "Give me back." Hearing the pleading of Temptress Meizhou, Wu Yan sighed and faced her. "If you are willing to come with me, then I will remove the shackles on your body. I will return your voice to you, how about it?" Hearing this, Temptress Meizhou did not hesitate and did not resist like before. She nodded desperately, making Wu Yan feel pity for her. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Wu Yan patted Night Tempter Meizhou's head. As Night Tempter Meizhou trembled and suppressed her fear, Wu Yan spoke gently. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, and I won't take away your voice. You're not completely useless." Hearing this, Temptress Meizhou was stunned for a moment. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as a storm raged in her heart. Apart from his voice, he was useless. If he lost his voice, he would no longer have any value. There was no more singing. "No one will love me." Without any sound, no one would protect her. Without music, no one would believe in themselves. Shouldn't that be the case? However, what was this man talking about? What could he say to himself who had already lost his voice? Not completely useless? Is that so? She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was touching her head. His face was no longer cold as before. Instead, he had a gentle smile on his face. Temptress Meizhou was at a loss. Why did she have a voice? Why did he seem to dislike her when she could make everyone like her? But why? She who had lost her voice, who had lost her value. But why was he so gentle to her like this? Who exactly was this man? For the first time in her life, Temptress Meizhou had the impulse to understand a man. Wu Yan, who did not know what was going on in Temptress Meizhou's mind, looked at Temptress Meizhou's dull look and thought that he had caused her to hate men again. He could only smile helplessly and retract his hand. But when he retracted his hand halfway, it was immediately grabbed tightly by a pair of soft and boneless hands. Wu Yan was stunned. Not to mention Wu Yan, even Temptress Meizhou herself was stunned. In her heart, an extremely surprised emotion rose. She actually took the initiative to grab a man's hand? Although she thought so, Temptress Meizhou did not let go of Wu Yan's hand. Instead, she held it tighter and tighter. In her beautiful big eyes, there was a timid expression constantly fluctuating. She behaved like a helpless child, which was both lovable and helpless. However, Temptress Meizhou, who lost her voice and everything, was indeed helpless at this moment. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to rely on Wu Yan, who said, "You are not completely useless to her," when she lost her value. Even if the other party was the man she hated the most, Wu Yan scratched his cheek. He did not know what Temptress Meizhou was doing. He simply held her hand and stood up from the ground. "Captain." At this moment, at the door, two voices accompanied by messy footsteps came from afar towards Wu Yan. When Wu Yan turned his head, Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu entered his sight. Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu jumped on the stage together and ran in front of Wu Yan. When they saw Temptress Meizhou standing beside Wu Yan, they suddenly stopped and became vigilant. "Captain." Zhen Na looked straight at Temptress Meizhou and asked Wu Yan without turning her head. "Are you okay?" Wu Yan smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, but you two came at the right time." Looking around at Temptress Meizhou's fans who were frozen by his words, Wu Yan pursed his lips. The audience here has seen how Knight Meizhou was tempted to use the power of the elves. Use the display device that can erase memories to erase them. Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu noticed the audience who were frozen on the spot. They were surprised. What happened to them? Well, they are temporarily frozen by me. They were controlled by Temptress Meizhou before, but... Glancing at Temptress Meizhou, who didn't know what to do, Wu Yan said to them. "Temptress Meizhou's spirit power was sealed by me. They are awake now. What about her?" Zhen Na frowned and looked at Temptress Meizhou again. Temptress Meizhou couldn't help but shrink her body. Now, Temptress Meizhou not only lost her voice, she also lost her fighting ability. Facing Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu, who were on guard against her, she didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. She can hate someone because of a small matter. She can also fall in love with someone because of a small matter. Without her power, she won't be at a disadvantage. Temptress Meizhou's values are very similar to a child's. It's extreme but also very cute. It should be fine here. Wu Yan said helplessly. "I will bring Temptress Meizhou back to Fraxinus. We will talk about the rest later, got it?" Zhen Na and Yayue Chenyu looked at each other and nodded. They started erasing the audience's memories. Wu Yan held Temptress Meizhou's hand and walked towards the exit of the venue. At the same time, he restored Fraxinus's sound capturing system. Once he restored the system, a sharp scream pierced into Wu Yan's eardrums. Wu Yan almost got dizzy. "Hey! Can you hear me? Oni-chan. I can hear you." Wu Yan rubbed his ears with a bitter smile and complained. "Don't shout so loud, my ears are about to burst. That kind of thing is fine." Kotori yelled rudely, "What did you say to Seductress Meizhou just now? Her favorability towards you skyrocketed." "Huh?" Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. "Huh? Are you serious?" Of course it's true." Kotori's voice was filled with confusion. "It's only a little better than a normal person. It's far from favorability, but it's much better than before." "How did you do it? Didn't Temptress Meizhou hate men?" I. Wu Yan tilted his head and he looked at the timid Temptress Meizhou. He didn't know what to do with her. He even had a dangerous thought in his mind. Could it be that the seductive Meizhou no longer saw him as a man? Chapter 1125. In the sky above Tiangong City, Fraxinus. What do you want to explain? Spit it out now. Inside the command room, Kotori is sitting on the command desk with a stern expression. She's looking ahead with an unfriendly gaze. It's obvious that she's not in a good mood. Ahahaha. Wu Yan looked at Kotori's unfriendly expression and smiled awkwardly. He looked around at the members of Ratatoskr who are staring at him with an unnatural expression. This made Kotori even angrier. Ratatosker's mission is to talk to the elves and solve the problem of the space quake peacefully. That's what Ratatosker was founded for. Kotori pointed her lollipop at Wu Yan and she scolded him without holding back. What are you doing? You're fighting with the fairies. What's the difference between you and AST? Wu Yan choked when he heard that and he started mumbling again. When I met Kwang San, didn't I also fight with him? At that time, you were playing happily too. You said. Huh? What did you just say? Kotori narrowed her eyes, a sinister smile appeared on her face. She looked dangerous. I didn't hear you clearly, can you speak louder? I said. This was something that couldn't be helped, right? Wu Yan grumbled. Did you expect me to just stand there and let them beat me up like that? What? Does it matter? Kotori didn't realize how unreasonable her words were. She pretended to be absent-minded and said matter-of-factly. It's not like you can kill me. Hearing you say that really pisses me off. Wu Yan pursed his lips and his eyelids twitched. Do I have to take the beating just because I can't kill you? Fortunately, you were fast enough at that time and took down Knight Temptress Meijio. Otherwise, with Knight Temptress Meijio's mental state at that time, it was very likely that her spiritual power would become unstable. Kotori glanced at Wu Yan. At that time, thousands of people in the audience might die because of you. That should make you happy, right? Don't make it sound so serious. There's always a way, right? Wu Yan's smile is a bit forced. Isn't the end result good? Good. Good. Kotori looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Thousands of people were manipulated, the concert venue was damaged to a certain extent, and we even had to wipe the memories of the people who died. Space quake hasn't happened yet. Tell me, what's good about it? Why do I feel like you're picking on me? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Didn't I successfully lure Xiao Meijio back? Kotori's expression changed. Kotori's expression eased up a bit. She tilted her head and looked at the girl who was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes. Standing behind Wu Yan, seductress Miko, who appeared to be a bit timid, raised an eyebrow. Is she really the seductress Meijio who attacked you and the audience at the concert without saying a word? Kotori turned to Wu Yan. Why do I feel like you're not as strong as you look on the screen? Instead, you look like you're being bullied. Did you do something you shouldn't have done to her? Am I that thirsty? Wu Yan resisted the urge to drag Kotori down from the podium and give her a good beating. He glanced at the nervous Miku and he sighed. This girl is also a person with a story. She is very reliant on the power of the current fairy. It's normal for her to behave like this when I suddenly imprisoned her spiritual power. Story? Kotori gave Yakumo Miku a deep look. Yakumo Miku had a pained look in her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Kotori pursed her lips when she saw Wu Yan's expression. I won't ask about the story for now. The most important thing is to deal with Miko. Kotori looked at Wu Yan. How do you plan to seal her spiritual energy? Sealing her spiritual power. Wu Yan turned around to look at Meijio. Meijio shook her head frantically and her eyes were filled with pleading. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled at this. According to the current situation, it's impossible for Xiao Meijio to willingly seal her spiritual power. It's impossible to seal her spiritual power for the time being, that's true. Kotori had a headache. What do we do? Do we just leave it like this? Is there no other way? Well, I do have a lot of ways to seal spiritual energy. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly when he saw Meijio's pale face. But if I seal her spiritual energy without her consent, I'll be no different from AST as you said. Wu Yan looked up and met Kotori's eyes. Moreover, tempting Knight Meijio's reliance on the power of the sprites is too heavy. If I really forcefully seal her spiritual power, it is very likely that she will have thoughts of suicide in her heart. I can't do that, suicidal thoughts. Kotori's face turned serious. Is it that serious? Wu Yan shrugged. He handed the information about Miko and Yukino that Shina, Yatsuki, and Yukino collected for him to Murasame Rain. Murasame Rain understood and handed it to Kotori. As Kotori flipped through the documents in her hand, her expression became more and more serious. The atmosphere in the command room became heavier and heavier. When Kotori put down the documents in her hand and revealed a helpless expression, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Mikoto seemed to have guessed what the document in Kotori's hand contained. She clenched her teeth and started whistling faster. To the temptress Meijio, her past was an extremely painful experience. Because she rejected the hidden rules of the deal, the ugly producer fabricated a scandal. Because of a scandal, she was betrayed by her fans who loved her so much. She lost her voice because of her disappointment in humans and despair. All of this, to a young girl, was too cruel. What's more, she was just a young girl who was good for nothing other than singing. To Meijio, the power of the elves was not so much a power as it was a means to support her survival. Under such circumstances, how could Knight Temptress Meijio give up her fairy power? The problem is, if a fairy's mood is unstable, her spiritual power will be unstable as well. She might cause a space quake and bring disaster to this world. No one would be willing to let such a huge ticking time bomb run around. Didn't Kotori and the others choose to seal their spiritual energy? Sealing the spiritual energy of an elf who absolutely could not lose her elf power. Ratatoskr was faced with such a contradictory problem. I didn't think things would get this troublesome. Kotori frowned and unconsciously bit the lollipop in her mouth. I only sealed her spiritual power, I didn't seal it. Miko still has her own spiritual power, she just can't use it. Wu Yen pointed at Miko's clothes. That's why Miko's spiritual power is still intact. I can't make up my mind. Can't we cure Miko's illness? Kotori asked Wu Yen. If we cure her psychogenic voice loss, the problem will be solved, right? Yes. You said it's psychogenic. Wu Yen shook his head. No one can cure her other than herself. Suddenly, everyone in the command room fell into a state of silence, including Temptress Meijio, who lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen. Looking at the distressed looks on everyone's face, Wu Yen patted his cheeks and pulled himself together. Let's put the matter of sealing Miko's spiritual power aside for now. Temptress Miko's eyes lit up. Wu Yen looked at Kotori. Kotori, can you give me some time? Yes. Kotori hesitated and nodded helplessly. Please, Oniai-chan. Chapter 1126. The blue sky gradually faded and was replaced by a blood-red sunset and dusk. Colorful clouds were floating in the sky, and the sunlight from the setting sun shone down on the streets, reflecting the faces of the pedestrians. Although it was already dusk and night was about to fall, the streets were still full of pedestrians. They were either housewives who had just bought the ingredients for dinner or students who were walking towards the residential area with a bag in their hands. It was quite lively. However, the night has been faintly visible and the sky is gradually dimming. It is believed that soon, the people on the streets should be replaced by a group of night owls wandering in the night of Heavenly Palace City. It didn't take long for the pedestrians on the streets to become sparse. Similarly, it didn't take long for the eyes of the few pedestrians on the streets to be taken away by a man and a woman who were holding hands. To be more precise, it should be said that it was taken away by the woman who was holding hands. Her eyes were full of amazement. Wearing a gorgeous dress of light, the yellow and white color of the dress emitted a faint light under the light of the setting sun. It was very dazzling. The long violet hair fluttered up and down with the owner walking up and down, giving the illusion that every strand of hair could be seen clearly. It was quite eye-catching. Of course, what was more eye-catching was the girl's beautiful face that was suffocating and the hot body that was so full that few people in the world could compare with her. Such a girl who had the appearance and the body. Even the clothes of the girl were so dazzling. How could the girl not be eye-catching? Some passing students even had their eyes wide open, hearts almost jumped out of their eyes, including some female students. Fortunately, the true identity and appearance of the girl have never been made public. Otherwise, if people knew that the super popular idol, Temptress Beauty Gio, was in front of them and was holding hands with a strange man, then there would be a huge riot on the scene. And tomorrow, there should be a lot of paparazzi and news reporters to carry out a huge operation to dig up the male lead of the scandal, in fact. Not to mention others. Even Temptress Beauty Jiu herself was shocked by her current situation. Her bright silver eyes stared at her hand that was held by Wu Yan. Temptress Meijio's mood was very complicated. Obviously, she hated men the most. Just being close to a man would make her want to vomit, let alone being touched by a man. But it was this kind of him. Now. Instead, she let a man hold her hand. Yet, there were no signs of disgust. Was this really him? Her gaze still didn't leave the hands that were held together. Tempting Meijio was a little dazed. She also knew that she was very weak after losing her elven powers. He was so weak that he couldn't help but look for a human who had disappointed him to rely on. But was this kind of weakness enough to make her want to rely on the man she hated the most? No. That's not it. Because of psychological factors, because of those ugly men in the past, Xiao Meijio lost her voice, the voice that was more important than her life. That was why she hated men the most. He was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit just by looking at him. If possible, Xiao Meijio even wanted to use the elven power she obtained to kill all the men in the world. She hated men to such an extent. In addition to her previous betrayal, would Xiao Meijio still be helpless and rely on a man because of the loss of her power? The answer was of course no. And if this man was the man who took away the elven power that she regarded as her second life, then it would be even more impossible. But the truth was not like this. Temptress Meijio tried to think about why she wanted to rely on this man in front of her, because she wanted to ask him to return her voice? Perhaps this was part of the reason, but it was definitely not the whole reason. Temptress Meijio actually knew the reason, because she was curious about how this man hated her who had a voice, but treated her who had lost her voice gently, because of the throbbing of the man in front of her when she lost her voice and said, "You're not nothing." But aren't all men lowly, dirty, and ugly creatures? Those men who used to line up, hold up signs, and shout, "I like you the most, I love you, I can die for you," and so on, didn't they also betray her in the end? Compared to her words, these people would rather believe those unknown scandals. What right did they have for her to trust them? What right did they have for her to rely on them? Humans are just creatures who only know how to say nice things, but their hearts are incomparably dark creatures. But this man seemed to have said that he wasn't human. Xiao Meijio didn't know if he was persuading her or lying to her, but the confusion in her eyes didn't disappear. Instead, the confusion in her eyes grew stronger. Even Xiao Meijio herself didn't know what she was feeling right now. She could only obediently let Wu Yan hold her hand and slowly walk forward until they arrived at a school marked Dragon Gut Temple Women's Academy. Stopping, Wu Yan turned around and looked at Xiao Meijio. Xiao Meijio immediately turned her head away so Wu Yan couldn't see her current expression. Wu Yan shrugged. He reached out and pointed at Xiao Meijio's body. The black rings wrapped around Xiao Meijio's limbs undulated and burst open. Xiao Meijio could clearly feel that the spirit energy in her body that couldn't be used anymore was starting to become active again. It gathered towards her throat as usual, proving that her voice has recovered. But Xiao Meijio didn't feel happy at all when she felt her spirit energy recovering. She lowered her head and remained silent. "That's all I have to say." Wu Yan clapped his hands. He glanced at Temptress Mikoto and he grinned. "Remember to control yourself. Don't let the space quake happen. Otherwise, even if Ratatoskr doesn't seal your spirit energy, it won't be able to watch you run around." Hearing this, the Temptress Meijio finally raised her head. Looking at the man in front of her who she used to hate so much, her intoxicating sweet voice echoed, "Why?" Tempting Knight Meijio asked this question with an unknown emotion. "That Ratatoskr seems to want to seal my spirit energy, right? You also have a way to seal my spirit energy, right? Why didn't you seal my spirit energy in the end and let me go instead? Do you need a reason?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Temptress Meijio with an odd look. "If you have a conscience, no matter who it is, after hearing about your deeds, they wouldn't want to seal your spirit energy, right? Have a conscience?" Xiao Meijio couldn't help but laugh. Humans are just a group of hypocrites. How can they have a conscience? Xiao Meizhou's eyes dimmed. Xiao Meizhou's beautiful voice was full of depression. If I really have a conscience, then I wouldn't have become like that. Hearing this, Wu Yan closed his eyes. Don't tell me you think that all humans are like the producer who slandered you and the fans who talk to themselves. Isn't that so? Xiao Meizhou raised her head hard. Her eyes full of sadness and pain were exposed to Wu Yan's vision. So many people said, I will always support you, and I will always believe in you, but in the end, when I really needed someone to support me, who supported me and who believed in me? No. Not a single one. Xiao Meizhou's expression was distorted by pain. There are so many people, but no one believed in me. Isn't that enough to explain everything? Is that so? Wu Yan nodded slowly. Then he looked around and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. His fingers spurted out magical power and wrote something on the paper. Then, he stuffed it into Xiao Meizhou's hand. This. Xiao Meizhou looked at the paper in her hand and was slightly startled. Phone number? This is my phone number. Wu Yan smiled and nodded. If one day you need someone to support you, if one day you need someone to believe in you, if one day you lose your spiritual power again, if one day you want to sing again, then call this phone number. When the time comes, no matter where it is, I will definitely rush over. You. Xiao Meizhou's hand holding the paper trembled violently. Then, she laughed out loud. What's the point of doing this? Do you think I will believe you? Instead of waiting for someone to believe in you and wait for someone to support you, it's better to act on your own and find someone who is worthy of your trust. Wu Yan stared at Xiao Meizhou's eyes. Although I don't know if I am worthy of your trust and whether I can gain your trust, I admit that I will not ignore a cute girl's request for help. Turning around, Wu Yan waved his hand and said with a smile. If possible, I hope that one day when you want to sing with your own voice, you can call this phone number. Compared to that fake voice, to be honest, I would like to hear your own voice. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yan turned around and walked away without looking back. Xiao Meizhou kept looking at Wu Yan's back until he disappeared from her sight, then she lowered her head. Who would believe the words of men like you? When he said this, Xiao Meizhou's hand was already tightly clutching the paper. Chapter 1127. As expected of my brother. Coteries' cheerful voice came from the other side of the earpiece. Wu Yan, who is heading home, found it a bit strange. It's not the first time I heard you say that, but why are you praising me all of a sudden? Ha! Coterie was surprised to hear Wu Yan's words. Isn't it obvious? It's because of your strategy on seduction Meizhou. Strategy on seduction Meizhou? Wu Yan blinked, he asked in confusion. What strategy? When did I try to seduce Xiao Meizhou? As soon as he said this, the music in the earpiece immediately stopped. It was a long time before it started again. As expected of my brother. What are you talking about? Wu Yan shook his head, not sure whether to laugh or cry. I don't know what's going on. Isn't it praiseworthy for you to start a strategy without knowing what's going on? Coterie said with a half-smile. Started a strategy without knowing what's going on? Wu Yan scratched his cheek. Are you talking about me leaving my phone number with seduction Meizhou? Yes. That's it. Coterie said with certainty. Let me tell you. Because of what you did, seduction Meizhou's favorability towards you has increased by more than half. More than half? Wu Yan paused for a bit before he started getting curious. What's more than half favorability? Coterie muttered something in deep thought before she spoke. It's probably someone you care about. What the hell? Wu Yan pursed his lips in disdain. Only to the extent that I care about people. I thought you admired me so much because of how much progress I have made. Have you forgotten what kind of fairy seduction Meizhou is? Coterie scoffed. She's an existence that hates men and is extremely disappointed in all humans. Based on our current information, there's almost no one who can attract Yukio Meio's attention. You're the first. Oh. Wu Yan smirked. He puffed out his chest. That is indeed something to be admired. Don't get too cocky. Kotori poured cold water on him. If it's only at this level, there's no way to tempt Xiao Meizhou to willingly seal her spiritual power. Ugh. You're right. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and sighed. But is it really possible to seduce Meizhou into sealing her powers willingly? Well. It's up to you. Kotori said in a low voice. The only way now is to get Meizhou out of her disappointment in humans and the world and cure her voice loss. This method is feasible. That's easy for you to say. Wu Yan tapped on his headset. If you were in Meizhou's shoes, would you forgive her? Would you forgive those who betrayed you so easily? Well. So, it depends on what you do. Kotori snickered and teased. Since you can change Temptress Meizhou's opinion of you, then add fuel to the fire and take her down completely. You can do whatever you want, right? Well. You're making me feel like I'm doing something evil. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. I just want to seal Meizhou's powers. Seduce her as well. Kotori laughed eerily. Don't tell me you don't have such thoughts about seducing Meizhou. I'll really despise you. Haha. Wu Yan laughed dryly and his face fell. All right, I admit that it's a little. Kotori's decisive voice suddenly sounded in his earpiece. I despise you. Wu Yan almost tripped and fell to the ground. Then. They looked like siblings, but they were actually lovers. Through the headset, they started a pointless war of words. They only stopped when Wu Yan arrived at Itsuka's house. Wu Yan pushed the door open and walked into the house. He shouted, I'm back, as he walked towards the living room. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to go back to his room, but when he saw the corner of the hall, he stopped in his tracks and walked into the hall with a puzzled look on his face. In the living room, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and Shiori were sitting around the table. They looked excited. On the table, there were several boxes that looked like they were sent by mail. Under the actions of 4 young girls of different sizes, they were taken apart one by one. Wu Yan walked over with a strange expression. What are you doing? Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and Shiori stopped what they were doing and smiled at Wu Yan. You're back. Yeah. Wu Yan nodded. He sat between Kurumi and Toka and looked at the items in the boxes. He was stunned. This is. Wu Yan took out the item from the box and laid it out in front of him. He was a bit surprised by what he saw. Kimono? Kimono? Kotori's confused voice came from the headset. Why is there a kimono? Why is there a kimono? Wu Yan repeated Kotori's words to Shiori. Shiori giggled in response. These kimonos are for the Chinese Valentine's Day festival in a few days. Chinese Valentine's Day festival? Wu Yan ignored Kotori's voice and looked at Shiori. The festival will be held in a few days? It's July 7th in a few days. Chinese Valentine's Day, isn't it? Shiori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She didn't like the fact that he forgot about such an important date like the Qixi festival. The Chinese Valentine's Day festival is held annually. Everyone in Heavenly Palace City knows about it. Shido, haven't you attended it before? Yeah. I've never participated in this. Wu Yan admitted without hesitation. After all, I didn't live in Heavenly Palace City before. I haven't either. Toka picked up a kimono and said excitedly, Shiori said there will be a lot of delicious food at the festival. Shido. Toka turned around and looked at Wu Yan. She was holding a kimono but she was drooling. Let's go. Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. I want to go too. Yoshino raised her hand with a blush on her face. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. I want to see fireworks. Both of you want to go? Wu Yan thought for a moment and looked at Kurumi, who was smiling. Kurumi, do you want to go? Era, isn't it good? Kurumi tilted her head and touched her lips with a finger. She smiled. Chinese Valentine's Day is a day that lovers can't miss. I want to go to the festival with hubby Sama. I see. Wu Yan nodded. All right then, let's go together. Hearing this, Kurumi, Xianxia, and Shiori all laughed out loud. Shiori was the only one who was about to laugh when the phone in her pocket rang in the hall. Sorry. Shiori looked at everyone apologetically and picked up the phone. Who is this? After Shiori's voice fell, the phone was silent. After an unknown amount of time, a cold and emotionless voice came out from the other side. It's me. Shiori was stunned for a moment and exclaimed. Origami. The entire hall fell into silence. Everyone's gaze fell on Shiori, making her feel even more pressured. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. What's the matter? Origami. Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. Toka Origami used her usual straightforward and emotionless voice and said to Shiori, I want to invite you to go with me. Wah. Shiori immediately remembered the last time she went shopping with Origami. A wave of dizziness suddenly enveloped her. Before Shiori could refuse, Origami spoke again. I'll let you know when the time is set. Origami hung up the phone as if she didn't want to give Shiori a chance to regret her decision. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Shiori lowered her hand like a corpse and looked at Wu Yan and Co. for help. Ahem. Wu Yan coughed and stood up. Since Shiori has an appointment, we'll go by ourselves. Yes. Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino stood up and followed Wu Yan out of the hall. At the scene, only Shiji, who seemed to have lost her soul, remained in a daze for a long time. Chapter 1128. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. I'm full, with a look of infinite satisfaction on her face. 10 incense lay on the table and twisted her body in a happy manner. Shido's cooking is still so good. Yoshino rubbed Yoshino's small head and nodded in satisfaction. Although Yoshino was still a little timid, he was much better than before. At the very least, Yoshino could easily express his emotions with his actions like now. Although I think so too. Shiori sighed as she rubbed her stomach. But losing to a boy in cooking. It's a bit complicated. Shiori-san, not everyone can eat House-sama's cooking. Kurumi held a cup of black tea and drank elegantly. House-sama is very lazy. Don't you think it's tempting that he's willing to take the time to cook for us? Hearing Kurumi's words, Shiori's little face immediately turned red. Obviously, Kurumi had hit the nail on the head. Shiori's expression was stiff. She looked at Shiori, who was lying on the side with a happy face, and then looked at Kurumi, who was elegantly drinking tea. She didn't know why, but she looked at Shiori as if she hated iron for not becoming steel. As for Kotori, she wanted to say something but she gave up when she remembered she had to pretend to be a good girl in front of Shiori. Alright, since you're all full, let's go find something to do. Wu Yan shook his head in exasperation and chased the girls away from the table. Clean up the tableware, get ready to bathe. Yes, Toka, Yoshino, and Kotori leisurely dragged their words and walked out of the hall with Kurumi's light laughter. Only Shiori was left behind. Let me help you. Shido. That would be great. This is a wolf who slacks off whenever he can. Wait. Everyone. Kurumi stopped Kotori, Yoshino, and Toka who were about to return to their rooms. He licked his lips and a mysterious smile hung on his face. There's something I need to discuss with everyone. Hearing this, the three girls stopped and looked at Kwang-san in confusion. Discuss? Kotori was surprised. You actually took the initiative to discuss something with us, that's strange. What's the matter? Kurumi. Toka stepped forward enthusiastically. If there's anything you need help with, I'll be sure to help. Me too. Yoshino nodded weakly. If possible. I'll be sure to help. I really have to thank everyone for this. Kwang San's eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she smiled. But it's not that I need your help with anything, there's just something I need to decide in advance. Kurumi looked around at the three girls who were full of doubt, then casually opened her mouth to speak. The arrangements for tomorrow's Qixi festival. The Qixi festival? Kotori and the other two repeated the story in unison, and the confusion on their faces only increased instead of lessening. Era, don't you three have any ideas? Kurumi's eyes widened a little as if she had seen something unbelievable. Then, he laughed out loud again. Qixi is a festival for lovers, don't you want to monopolize Owen-sama and spend a beautiful night with Owen-sama? The air at the scene suddenly froze. Monopolize Shido. Toka started to think. Spend time with Owen-sama. Kotori's eyes were filled with hesitation. We had a wonderful night. Yoshino's face turned completely red. Seeing Kotori's reaction, Kurumi's delicate face revealed a triumphant smile. It's Qixi after all, we're usually together and will always be together in the future. Today is special. I also want to be alone with my lord husband and spend the Chinese Valentine's Day together. Kwang San pointed at her face with her finger. So, let's discuss who will monopolize Owen-sama tomorrow. Shidao has already agreed to accompany me to buy octopus yaki. 10 Incense immediately declared arrogantly. Era, is that so? Kurumi's smile didn't change as she replied to Toka. Then Owen-sama will be monopolized after we buy octopus yaki, right? Toka choked. Big Brother is not very familiar with the roads in Heavenly Palace City. Kotori explained with an unnatural expression. I have to show Owen-sama the way. Kotori-chan, don't worry. Kurumi's smile didn't change. I've lived in Heavenly Palace City for a long time, I'm familiar with the roads. Kotori choked. I. Yoshino's face turned redder and redder. She became redder and redder. In the end, she simply pulled her hat over her head and didn't even say a word. Yoshino gave up. Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi when she saw Toka and Yoshino being knocked down by Kurumi. Do you want to monopolize that guy? Era, I do want to monopolize Owen-sama. Kurumi smiled wickedly. Kotori was about to retort, but she changed the topic. But that's a bit overbearing, I don't want Owen-sama to be unhappy. Speaking up to here, Kurumi finally revealed her purpose. How about we have a showdown here? A showdown? Toka paused. Then, he clenched his fist with high fighting spirit. Fine. I will not admit defeat. Wait. How are we going to do that? Kotori frowned. Let's be clear, it's not a good idea to use fairy power in this world. Even if we control our Reiki and don't cause a spacetime quake, AST will send out their psychic waves. Plus, Owen-sama doesn't want us to fight. Kotori calmly analyzed and glanced at Kurumi. So, you have to think about it. Don't worry, I won't mess around in a way that Lord Husband doesn't like. Kwang San smiled unhurriedly. Then, she lowered her head and pondered. All right, stop putting on an act. Kotori pursed her lips and waved her hand as if she was tired of it. Since you're the one who suggested it, you must have a plan already, right? Just say it. As expected of Lord Husband's younger sister. Then, I'll be frank. Kurong-san had a coquettish smile on her face as she playfully blinked her right eye that was exposed. The showdown is simple, whoever seduces Owen-sama will get to spend 3 hours alone with Owen-sama during the Qixi festival. What do you think? How about seduce? Kotori and the other two exchanged glances. Their reactions were different from each other. Kotori was disdainful. Is this your first time meeting Owen-sama? Kotori mocked, her words were merciless. As long as it's a cute girl, she can seduce him with just a flick of her finger. He'll pounce on her like he's in heat. There's no need for a showdown like this. Era, Kotori-chan, are you worried I'll play tricks on you? The corners of Kwang San's mouth slowly rose. If that's what Kotori-chan is worried about, I can let you go first. Kotori opened her mouth but nothing came out. She snorted and turned her head away. I won't take advantage of you. We'll decide the order by rock paper scissors. Toka was confused. Nana. Toka looked at Kotori and Kurumi and asked. What seduction? Kotori's expression froze. Kurumi's smile disappeared and she sighed. It's something that makes Owen-sama think he can do whatever he wants. So that's how it is. 10 Fragrance suddenly realized something and pounded her palm. For a moment, all the girls present helplessly shrugged their shoulders. They all felt helpless towards 10 Fragrance's natural ability. Yoshino didn't know what to do. I have to join too. She looked like she was about to cry. She shook her head anxiously. But. Don't worry. At this time, Yoshino, who was in Yoshino's hands, giggled. Yoshino, I'll be your backup. Let's go take down Wu Yen-kun. Yoshino. Yoshino sighed in relief. She looked at Yoshino gratefully. Seeing this, Kwang San laughed. Then it's decided. Chapter 1129. Phew. While washing the dishes, Wu Yan's pupils started to dilate. In this state, Wu Yan sighed, cooking is a different matter. Washing the dishes and whatnot is really boring. Shido, you're just trying to slack off. Shirori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan while washing the dishes. Shido, you're supposed to be washing dishes today. Seeing how good your cooking is, I came to help you. If you keep complaining, I'm going to leave. Yes. Wu Yan stretched his arms and legs and continued to wash the dishes. Shido. At the entrance of the hall, Toka opened the door with a bang. She rushed towards Wu Yan with an imposing manner, scaring Wu Yan and Shirori so much that they almost dropped the plates in their hands. Before the two of them could react, 10 Fragrance, who had stormed into the kitchen, said something that made the atmosphere drop to a freezing point. Today, you can do whatever you want to me. Do whatever you want. Wu Yan and Shirori managed to stabilize the plates with great difficulty, but the plates fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The two didn't even look at the broken plates as their expressions kept changing. In the end, they entered a state of complete shock with their mouths agape, gulp. Wu Yan subconsciously glanced at Toka's voluptuous body and he recalled what she said. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, she felt a cold and disdainful gaze shooting straight at her body. Sherdao. Shirji squinted her eyes and suddenly laughed. Her laughter made people's hair stand on end. Don't tell me you taught Toka something she doesn't need? No. No. Wu Yan shook his head like a broken drum, a drop of sweat dripped down his forehead. I taught her everything. I didn't do anything. Is that so? Shirji looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. After a while, she turned to Toka and smiled gently. Toka, you can't do that. Even if you're boyfriend and girlfriend. But if you say that, Shido will do something that angers both humans and gods. So, don't say that again. Hearing Shiori's words, Toka immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. But Shido and I. Okay. 10 spice sauce. Shirori had a kind smile on her face. He put his hand on 10 Fragrance's shoulder with an unquestionable aura. She pushed her out of the kitchen. I know you want to get closer to Shido. But impure things are forbidden. I won't let Shido pollute the rare spiritual oasis in our house. But. Shirori pushed Toka out of the kitchen as she continued to call out to her. When she came back, she looked at Wu Yan with a dangerous gaze. If you dare to do anything impure to Toka, you'll be judged by the Itsuka family. Wu Yan, who still hasn't recovered from his stupor, nodded like an idiot. Wu. Toka sobbed and returned to Kotori, Kurumi, and Yoshino's side with a dejected look. Failed. Saying this unwillingly, Juxiang fiercely glared at Kuang San. Damn you, Kurumi. Didn't you say that letting Sherdao do whatever he wanted was a temptation? Why can't I do it? Are you lying to me? Kurumi was speechless. She rubbed her forehead like she had a headache. I was careless. I forgot Toka's personality isn't suitable for temptation. In short, Toka failed. Kotori smiled and stopped Toka, who was about to vent. She raised her voice as if she wasn't going to give Toka a chance to speak. Who's next? Why yes, it's me. Yono raised his hand in fear. Kotori and Kurumi smiled at him in return. But their smiles are fake. They don't think Yoshino will succeed. Do your best. Kurumi and Kotori both said this to Yanai. Yanai's shoulders trembled, and he looked away. Yanai didn't know if it was out of kindness or if it was because they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Don't worry, Yoshino. Yoshino. Yoshino used her unique sharp voice to cheer Yoshino up with a dance. Yoshino will help you. Yoshino is here. Everything will be fine. Hearing Shino comforting him as usual, Shino immediately mustered up a bit of courage, nodded his little head and walked into the main hall. Shido, did you really not instill any strange thoughts into Toka's head? In the kitchen, Shirori abandoned her task of washing the dishes and cornered a sweaty Wu Yen in a corner with an unfriendly look on her face. That's obviously different from the usual Toka, right? Shido, Toka is very innocent, you can't teach her bad things. It really has nothing to do with me. Wu Yen was about to cry. I've been washing the dishes with you all this time. When 10 Fragrances suddenly ran over and said this, I was also shocked, really? Shirori still didn't believe Wu Yan's words. She stared at Wu Yan's eyes in an attempt to see if there's anything there. Of course, she didn't find anything, so she sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's just leave it at that for now. Shirori lowered her head and muttered. Seriously, I'll have to go look for 10 spice sauce later and correct her thinking, ah. Wu Yan laughed dryly. The door to the hall was opened again. A shy little face appeared outside the door. There was a slight blush on her cheeks. She was so cute. Sorry for disturbing you. Wu Yan and Shirori, who were about to continue washing the dishes, turned around. They saw a blushing Yono peeking her head out from behind the door. The two of them flinched for a bit. Shiori's eyes lit up with love while Wu Yan felt a bit dazed by this scene. Toka. Toka? Wu Yan rubbed the plate in his hand and laughed awkwardly. Finally, he was released from the effects of Mo Kill. Haven't you taken a bath yet? It's time to take a bath. Toka's cheeks were dyed red. She lowered her head and slowly walked out of the door. Seeing Toka's strange expression, Wu Yan put down the cutlery in his hand and squatted down in front of Toka. What's wrong? Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face so close to hers, Yoshino stood there in a daze. She blushed and couldn't say a word. You're so annoying, Sherdao-kun. Seeing the bad situation, Toka covered her mouth with her small hand and laughed. Didn't you just say it's time to take a bath? Yes. Yes. Wu Yan looked at Toka strangely. Is there a problem? I came to see you when you're taking a bath. Is there anything else? Toka waved her hand happily. Of course, I'm here to invite you to take a bath together. Huh? Wu Yan was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Toka's face. What he saw was steam coming out of Toka's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it. Okay, wait for me. No need. A voice that seemed to have reached the limit of patience interrupted Wu Yan's words. Then, Toka found her body floating in the air. Woo-woo. Shirji rubbed her face with a cute expression as she cried out happily. Let me accompany Toka to take a bath. Toka was surprised. She didn't know what to do with this development. Shirori thought that Toka acquiesced. She excitedly hugged Toka and waved her hand at Wu Yan. That's it, Shirao-kun. You have to wash the dishes yourself. I'm going to take a bath with the cute Toka. After saying that, Shiori brought Toka, who was crying out in panic, to the bathroom. Because Toka was crying out in alarm, Toka couldn't speak. Otherwise, Shiori would see through her excuse of using ventriloquism instead of mouth to talk. Shiori would definitely faint if she knew that a doll could talk. Left with no choice, Toka could only pretend to be a doll and watch as Toka was dragged into the bathroom together with Toka. Wu Yan's lips twitched as he watched Shiori disappear from his sight with the 4 familiars in her arms. He scratched his head in confusion. Why does it feel weird? Chapter 1130. See Sister Shiori. What's wrong? Yoshino. Can you please put me down? Ah. Era, is Yoshino shy? Ah. And no, it's not like that. Wow. She's blushing. She's so cute. You. Shiori's adrenaline seemed to have been stimulated as she walked into the bathroom with Yoshino in her arms. Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka poked their heads out and looked at each other. Era. Kurumi shrugged. Yoshino is out too. In a way, sister is a powerful enemy. Kotori smiled bitterly, but she regained her composure. Luckily, sister is being held back by Yoshino. She helped us solve a big problem. Well, we'll remember Yoshino. Kurumi patted the dust off her knees and stood up. Next. It's my turn. Kotori stood up with a radiant look on her face. She reached for the ribbon on her hair as if she had been prepared for this. Seducing that guy is a piece of cake. Why does it feel so weird? After washing the rest of the utensils, he frowned as he filtered them with clean water. Although 10 fragrances was usually a laughingstock due to its high natural attributes, 10 fragrances had always been a laughingstock. Occasionally, in order to overcome their temperament, they would deliberately do some bold things. However, compared to their usual behavior, the two of them seem to be a little more uncoordinated. It's like they're doing it on purpose. What's going on? Is this Kotori's idea again? While Wu Yan was deep in thought, the sound of the door opening echoed in the living room. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the main hall, jumping and skipping. Wu Yan saw a happy Kotori. He was stunned and astonished. Kotori? Kotori didn't notice Wu Yan until now. She turned around and her eyes lit up when she saw Wu Yan. Then. She's extremely cute. An innocent and romantic smile appeared on Kotori's face. Oh. Oniai-chan noticed. When he heard Kotori's innocent and sweet voice, for a moment, Wu Yan thought Kotori had a screw loose in her head or she's trying to play a prank on him. He soon found out the reason. The ribbon on Qinli's hair had turned from black to white. In other words, the current Kotori was the sweet and cute Kotori in her younger sister mode. Wu Yan looked at Kotori with curiosity. How long has it been since he last saw Kotori in sister mode? Ever since his relationship with Kotori became ambiguous, Kotori in sister mode hasn't appeared in front of him. Seeing Kotori in her younger sister mode, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Kotori looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Oniai-chan. Wu Yan's legs turned to jelly when she called him Oniai-chan. He turned his head away awkwardly and pretended to cough. Wu Yan said to Kotori. And nothing. I just wanted to ask you, do you think Toka and Yoshino are acting weird? Weird? Kotori tilted her head cutely, her big round eyes sparkled like a squirrel's. Is that so? I didn't notice anything. I see. Wu Yan scratched his face and sighed. Forget it, I have nothing to lose so I won't pursue the matter. Oniai-chan, are you upset that Yoshino was taken away by your sister? Kotori blinked her eyes and blushed. She started fidgeting with her hands. In that case. I don't mind bathing with Onii-chan. Huh? Wu Yan turned around abruptly. He looked at Kotori, who was bashful and blushing. His heart started beating faster. Bathing with sister mode, Kotori? That's fine. Wu Yan's heart started to heat up as he looked at Kotori. Kotori made a victory sign in her heart and blushed shyly. Do I really have to bathe with Onii-chan? I'm so shy. Just as Wu Yan was about to nod in agreement, he remembered something. But, didn't Shiori bathe with Yoshino? Kotori's expression stiffened. She cried out in her heart that she had miscalculated, but soon after, she laughed again. It's okay, we can wait until your sister is done bathing. Oh. Wu Yan smiled. In that case. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Yan paused. Something doesn't seem right. Is it possible for Kotori to invite me to take a bath together? Even if it was the naive and romantic little sister mode, let alone inviting him to take a bath, she would probably blush and scream out loud after being kissed by him. Something is wrong. Could it be that Kotori is trying to trick me again for the sake of training the elves? Wu Yan's fervent gaze turned into vigilance. He put on a friendly face and he told Kotori. Okay. Let's do this. Well, I really want to bathe with you, but I'll pass today. It's Kotori's turn to be shocked. She was rejected. She was rejected by the Onii-chan, who used to push her down whenever they were alone. How is this possible? Why? Kotori asked. She looked up at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Onii-chan, do you hate bathing with Kotori? Wu Yan's heart wavered when he saw Kotori on the verge of tears. However, he was more certain. There's no way Kotori would pretend to be in sister mode just to bathe with him. There must be something going on. How could I hate Kotori? Wu Yan rubbed Kotori's head and he continued in a serious tone. But, Onii-chan has something to do today, Kotori, let's wait until next time. Next time? Kotori shouted anxiously. It'll be too late next time. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and a bright smile appeared on his face. Kotori covered her mouth when she realized what she just said. He didn't know what Kotori is plotting, but he is sure that there is something fishy going on here. Wu Yan refused even more firmly. Anyway, thank you for your invitation. Next time, Big Brother will accompany you to take a bath. Wu Yan rubbed Kotori's head. He didn't want to give Kotori a chance to regret her decision. He walked out of the kitchen and into the living room before heading back to his room. Wait! Kotori shouted and chased after him. Wait! Onii-chan. Era, Kotori-chan, you can't do this. Kotori had only taken a few steps when Kurumi appeared behind her and pulled her back. Kotori saw the smile on Kurumi's face. You're out of the game. Ugh. Kotori's expression changed and she collapsed on the floor as if she lost all her strength. How can this be? That's a perverted Onii-chan. It's my turn now. Kurumi looked down at Kotori and tilted her head with a smile. Onii-chan will be mine tomorrow during the Chishi festival. It's not like that. Kotori jumped up from the ground and puffed up her cheeks. You might fail too. If you fail, Onii-chan will have to share with everyone. Era, thanks for your concern. Kurumi grinned. She turned around and walked towards Wu Yan's room. Sigh. What a pity. Lying on his bed, Wu Yan sighed in grief. It would be great if I could do it with Kotori in her sister mode. Era, Onii-chan, you don't have to worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice and tone came from the room. Wu Yan reflexively looked at the source of the voice and what he saw made him flabbergasted. Kurumi, who is completely naked, walked up to Wu Yan with a blush on her cheeks. She maintained a graceful smile as she walked in front of Wu Yan. She reached out and caressed Wu Yan's chest with a seductive smile. Do you need me to comfort you? The fire in Wu Yan's heart finally exploded. In the hallway, Kotori and Toka looked at each other when they heard the moaning and panting coming from Wu Yan's room. They lowered their heads in dejection. Chapter 1131. The main street of Tiangong City, the commercial street. This was a commercial street that was more lively and bustling than before. No, it should be a very lively commercial street. Today is the 7th of July. The annual Chinese Valentine's Day festival. Although the sky had just turned dark, the merchants who had smelled the scent of money would not let go of such a typical day. In order to cater to this wonderful business opportunity, they ruthlessly made a large sum of money. As soon as the sky turned dark, many people had already set off bursts of excitement on the commercial street. There are open-air shops and stalls on both sides of the street, preparing to welcome the arrival of customers. Not only do these shops and stalls specialize in octopus, fried noodles, and other indispensable snacks during the festival, masks, balloons, and other products are also displayed in a dazzling array. They are just waiting for customers to come and buy them all. It didn't take long for consumers to arrive one after another. The entire shopping street was packed to the brim. Some of the smaller people and children were mixed in the crowd. Not even their shadows could be seen. The people who are excited by the festival are shopping everywhere. They visit the stalls one by one. The prices of the products here are obviously the same as usual, some of them are even higher than usual. However, due to the festive atmosphere, people still go up and visit the stalls. After all, the festival only happens once a year, right? The couples, in particular, snuggled up to each other. Not only did they look intimate, but they were also more invested in the festival than others. They rarely thought about spending money, which made the shop owners very happy. Of course, the men who are responsible for paying the bill for their girlfriends are bleeding in their hearts. In any case, today is the Chinese Valentine's Day festival. It's bound to be lively. Wow, looking at the crowded commercial street, Xiang is surprised. This is the first time Toka saw something like this. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand in excitement. Dao. Look. There are so many people. There are indeed a lot of people. Even Wu Yan is a little dazed. It's not that Wu Yan hasn't seen more people than this before, but it's a different story when they are all crowded in the same commercial street. Even the festival on Itagami Island in the Blood Frenzy world. Nor was there as many people as the Qixi festival. In addition, there were girls in all kinds of kimonos walking around in the crowd. It almost dazzled Wu Yan's eyes. Just a casual mention. The girls were also wearing kimonos. Kotori's kimono was pink, Kurumi's was black, and Toka's was purple. Ce was blue, and Shiji was white with spots. Apart from Kotori, the other four also used hairpins to tie up their long hair. Together with their exquisite and beautiful faces, they were breathtakingly beautiful. Now that the sky has just turned dark, there aren't many people. Shirori chuckled softly and said to Shirori, whose eyes were filled with light, when it's close to the fireworks, there will be a lot of people. Everyone, please keep an eye on each other and don't get separated, woo. Just as Shirori finished her words, Toka closed her eyes, twitched her nose, and ran out cheering. Wow! It smells so good. Tsuka-chan. Shirori exclaimed and quickly followed after her, making Wu Yan bitterly smile. Everyone, follow me, don't get separated. Compared to that, you should be more worried about your wallet. Kotori glanced at Wu Yan after Shirori left and said without hesitation. With Toka's appetite, I'm worried you won't be able to wash the dishes. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened when he heard this. Since Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi were elves, Ratatosker's food expenses had always come from Ratatosker. However, because of Shirori, Ratatosker couldn't pay too much for the food expenses. After all, Shirori is responsible for all the expenses of Toka's family. Kurumi and the others also have to pay Shirori for their food expenses. In other words, Shirori is the living expenses sent by Toka and the others' families. Living expenses, even if it's a lot, how much can it be? It's already a miracle that it can fill Toka's stomach. That's why they can't spend too much money on the festival. However, looking at Toka's excited expression, she probably won't stop because of the financial deficit. If Wu Yan doesn't fork out the money, who else can help her? Toka is also Wu Yan's girlfriend. Unless Wu Yan doesn't let Toka enjoy herself to the fullest, he must pay for all of Toka's food expenses. Since Toka has already paid for all of Toka's food, can the other girls be left out? The answer is no. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but touch his wallet. He's worried that he might not have enough money. In this world, Wu Yan isn't a teacher, he's a student. Where can he get so much cash? But, at this point, there's no point in dwelling on it. Wu Yan could only sigh and let out a long sigh to get rid of the depression in his heart. If I can't do it, I'll go sell a few more gold coins. Then you better think about how you're going to explain how you got the money from selling gold coins. Kotori gloated at Wu Yan. As long as I don't let her find out, it'll be fine. Who do you think gave me this? Wu Yan grumbled. He grabbed Yoshino's hand as if he's escaping from something. Whatever, Yoshino, is there anything you want to do? Ah. Yoshino panicked, her face turned red. After a while, she weakly pointed at a stall. Takoyaki, do you want to eat takoyaki? Wu Yan glanced at the stall Yoshino pointed at and turned his attention to Kotori and Kurumi. What about you two? I'm a little hungry too. Kotori nodded. She looked at Toka, who was running around the stalls with food in her hands, and Shirori, who was following her around to prevent her from getting lost. She sighed. If we follow Toka, we won't be hungry. Wu Yan touched his pocket. Kurumi, who's been quietly standing behind Wu Yan, tugged at Wu Yan's clothes and pointed in a direction. How-sama, over there, what's wrong? Wu Yan, Kotori, and Yoshino looked in the direction Kurumi pointed. Their expressions changed. In front of Wu Yan, there's a girl who's wearing a white kimono with a purple belt around her waist. She has shoulder-length white hair and is looking at them. She's looking at Kotori. Toka Origami. Kotori's eyes narrowed as she met Toka Origami's gaze. She didn't back down. Kotori, who had retrieved the memories she lost when she turned into an elf 5 years ago, knew that she wasn't the one who killed Kenichi Origami's parents. Kotori doesn't need to show her weak side in front of Toka Origami. She won't explain herself either. Kotori only needs to have a clear conscience. Itsuka Kotori. Toka Origami said Kotori's name with clenched fists. It seems Toka Origami still doesn't believe Wu Yan's explanation. She's still hostile to Kotori. However, she didn't charge at them, which means she didn't deny Wu Yan's explanation. Maybe she just can't let it go. What's wrong? Toka Origami Carrier Chow. Kotori raised her chin expressionlessly. You want to kill me again? This time, I won't be merciful. That's exactly what I want. Toka Origami said coldly and glanced at Wu Yan. I want to say that, but I don't want to kill Shiori's sister before I find proof that you're the one who killed my parents. Kotori raised an eyebrow and sneered. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? Toka Origami's gaze turned cold, but her tone was calm. Maybe not before, but now, I don't think you have any fairy power. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Chapter 1132. Kotori and Tabichi Origami stared at each other in the crowd. Their eyes flickered with a sharp glint, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Shido. Oni-san. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Yoshino shrunk back in fear and leaned on Wu Yan. Yoshino kept stroking her head to comfort her. If this had happened in the original work, the flustered Yoshino would have been able to reverse the flow of the sealed spiritual power and cause it to go berserk. As for Kwang-san, she had been standing to the side and watching all of this happen with a smile. She didn't intend to interfere or stop it. Only her wine-red eyes revealed an eager expression. It was as if she wanted to see the world in chaos, which made people not dare to compliment her. Kurumi looked at Wu Yan, who didn't say anything. She felt a bit surprised when she saw Wu Yan quietly watching the situation unfold. Hubby isn't going to stop them? Kwang-san licked her lips and smiled seductively. If this continues, they might end up fighting. Wu Yan looked at Kotori and then at Tabichi Origami. He sighed. I've sealed Kotori's spiritual power. Without my permission, she's just an ordinary person. Kenichi Origami doesn't have any display device on her. She's also an ordinary person. What's there to be afraid of when two ordinary girls fight? Kotori and Tabichi Origami's eyes twitched at the same time. Era, I almost forgot. Kurumi seemed to be surprised as she covered her mouth. But soon, the corners of his mouth cracked into a rather bloody arc. If that's the case, there's no need to stop them, right? Why don't we just let them fight? Kotori and Tabichi Origami's mouths twitched as well. And no way. Siyu said in a cowardly manner. Shiorine-san is here. If they fight, Shiorine-san will be angry. Kotori and Tabichi Origami couldn't stay calm anymore. Humph. Kotori waved her hand and pretended to be magnanimous. There are so many people here, it's not good to be seen or affected, let's just forget about it. No. Wu Yan complained. You're just worried about ruining your cute little sister's image. I should be the one saying that. Kotori Origami calmly shifted her gaze away from Kotori. You're different from the elves who brought disaster to this world. AST is protecting the world, we can't let innocent people get involved in the battle. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Wu Yan complained again. You're just worried about losing favorability with Shiori, right? Kotori and Tabichi Origami lowered their heads in silence. Then, they looked at Wu Yan in tacit agreement. Their eyes were so cold that they could freeze a person to death. Wu Yan laughed dryly in the midst of his ridicule. She awkwardly shifted her gaze away. I'll go find Shiori. Leaving these words behind, Yueni Origami walked away without looking back. Kotori flinched and got angry. Who would let a crazy woman like you bother my sister? After that, Kotori wanted to chase after him, but before she could take a few steps, her collar was grabbed by a hand and pulled back. What are you doing? Kotori got even angrier. Just as she was about to scold him, the laughter of the person who was grabbing her collar made her choke on the spot. Era, Kotori-chan, don't tell me you want to leave just like that? Kurumi grabbed Kotori's collar with one hand and squinted her eyes. Don't forget our promise. Damn it. Kotori fiercely glared at Kurumi. She broke free from the hand that was grabbing her collar, walked to Yoshino, and held her hand. Yoshino. Come with me to find my sister. Yanan nodded obediently and allowed Kotori to take her away. The two of them ignored Wu Yan and they disappeared in a puff of smoke under Wu Yan's astonished gaze. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he realized what happened. He looked at Kurumi who was smiling. They just left us like that? Well. It can't be helped, it can't be helped. Kurumi didn't feel a headache, her smile got brighter and brighter. It seems the Chishi festival is coming. I guess I'll have to accompany Outsusama. I guess so. Wu Yan scratched his head and looked around at the crowd. He made sure Kotori and the others weren't around and bitterly smiled. Seriously, they just told us not to get separated but they just left us like that. What kind of people are they? So. Kurumi hugged Wu Yan's arm with an intoxicating smile. Let's enjoy the ceremony. Well, I don't mind. Wu Yan looked at the crowd hesitantly. But we still have to pay for them. No need to worry. Kwang San's expression didn't change as she smiled. When Kotori left, she took out Susama's wallet with her. Huh? Wu Yan widened his eyes and he quickly checked his pockets. Of course, it's empty. That damned Kotori. Wu Yan yelled. How am I supposed to walk around the festival if she took my wallet with her? Walk and chat. I also have some cash on me. Kurumi blinked her wine-red eyes. There was a hint of mischievousness in them. It's not much but it should be enough for two people. Sorry, Kurumi. Wu Yan shook his head, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since it's the festival, we can't let the girls pay for it. Shiori isn't here anyway, let's go sell some gold coins. Kurumi's smile widened when she heard Wu Yan's words. She tightened her grip on Wu Yan's hand and pressed her soft bosom against his. Then I'll accept Aotsusama's kindness. Seeing the dazzling smile on Kurumi's beautiful face and feeling the softness of her hand, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile back. However, he's a bit confused about what to do. Kurumi didn't look any different from before. Wu Yan, who knows Kurumi very well, noticed something amiss with her expression. He felt that the smile on Kurumi's face was forced. Only now did it seem to come from the bottom of her heart. But there was only one thing, plus, she suddenly appeared in his room last night to seduce him, and that so-called promise she made with coterie. Wu Yan's intuition told him that Kurumi was hiding something in her heart. Of course, considering Kurumi's personality, it's possible that she's just teasing him. But for some reason, Wu Yan felt like he had to pay attention to that smile on her face. His wine-red eyes met Kurumi's exposed eyes of the same color. Wu Yan looked at Kurumi without saying a word. Kurumi smiled from start to finish. She didn't try to hide her smile as she looked into Wu Yan's eyes. For a moment, it was as if a high wall was built around the two of them. Inside the wall was their world. No one could disturb them. After a while, Wu Yan chuckled. All right. Let's go for a stroll. Kurumi's eyes lit up. She hugged Wu Yan's hand tightly and leaned into Wu Yan's embrace. Yes. Among the crowd, a lot of guys looked at Kurumi with admiration. Wu Yan felt a bit awkward. Well, aren't we a bit too close? Is that so? Kurumi grinned at Wu Yan and she leaned closer to him. What's wrong with that? Aotsusama belongs to me now. It's not that I don't like it. Wu Yan scratched his face and compromised. Then let's do it. If we get any closer, we won't be able to walk. Then let's go. Kurumi nodded in satisfaction. She followed Wu Yan and they blended into the crowd. They crossed the street and the sea of people as they walked into the distance. Their shadows lengthened under the illumination of the surrounding lights and disappeared under the feet of the crowd. They merged with the shadows of everyone present and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Chapter 1133. Along with the shouts of the merchants in the stalls and the laughter of the people on the street, the clamor rose to the sky, reverberating in every corner of the commercial street. Although it was getting closer to midnight, the enthusiasm of the people present did not lessen. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Walking with Kurumi in the crowd, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the adoring gazes of the men around him. Wu Yan didn't even think about it before he blurted it out. Kurumi is really beautiful. The sudden praise seemed to startle Kurumi. When she noticed the gazes around her, Kurumi couldn't help but smile. Hearing you say that, I'm really happy. She didn't forget to hug Wu Yan's hand harder and giggled. If Lord Husband is jealous, then I will be even happier. Jealous? Wu Yan wanted to deny it out of reflex, but when he saw Kurumi's grinning face, he turned his head away and he mumbled to himself. Yes, a little. Era. Kurumi placed her finger on her lips. Her cute appearance made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. Many of the boys around her forgot that they were still walking. They bumped into each other, causing some of them to fall on their faces. Kurumi turned a blind eye to everything around her. She tilted her head and pointed at Wu Yan's lips with her finger. Don't worry, I only have feelings for hubby. From the beginning to the end. Wu Yan's footsteps paused. He turned around and looked into Kurumi's eyes. Then, what about Chuju, Mikoto, and Kotori? Kurumi's eyes flickered. With an unfathomable smile on his face, he said this. Hubby, do you want to hear a lie? Or do you want to hear the truth? This question. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. His eyes turned serious. Of course, I want to hear what's in your heart. The smile on Kwang San's face didn't change, but the light in her eyes was a little strange. She looked straight ahead and was silent for a while before she spoke. I'll say it again. From the beginning to the end, I only have feelings for hubby. Wu Yan lowered his head and remained silent. In fact, Wu Yan more or less guessed this situation. She's different from Toka and Yoshino, who are pure and kind elves, and Kotori, who is artificial. Before meeting Wu Yan, Kurumi's life could only be described as dark and gloomy. Wu Yan didn't know what kind of life Kurumi had from the first time she came to the realm to the time she met him. But one thing's for sure, that kind of life isn't worth remembering. She loved animals so much that she couldn't bear to see them being abused. She hated them so much that she could kill more than 10,000 humans without batting an eyelid. They were known as the evilest elves in the world, but in order to kill the first elves and erase the existence of elves in this world, they spent almost their entire lives on it. Even if they really did it, they could ignore the fact that their own existence would disappear from this world. What kind of life could make Kurong-san change like this and make such a sorrowful wish? Wu Yan doesn't understand, and he doesn't want to understand. Because the current Kwang-san had changed. Unfortunately, this change is only directed at him. There's nothing he can do about it. If Kurumi was so easily touched, she wouldn't have let her past self die in the hands of Shina's. She wouldn't be alone. She's been walking this path for so long. If he hadn't been lucky enough to touch the deepest part of Kurumi's heart during the short period of time when her heart was at its weakest when he defeated her, then he would have died right now. Kurumi is probably still wandering in the life of killing and being killed for her own wish. She's sinking deeper and deeper. Under such circumstances, it's not easy for Kurumi to accept the other girls. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's impossible. But even so, I hope you can get along well with them. Wu Yan lifted his chin and he looked forward with Kurumi. The words that came out of his heart echoed in Kurumi's ears along with his uncontrollable emotions. After all, you are the most important people in my life. Kurumi's smile froze and then gradually disappeared. She didn't say anything. Kurumi knows that Wu Yan knows her well. If it was Wu Yan, he would be able to guess her true meaning from her words. But he still said something like, I hope you can get along well with them. Well, that's it. He didn't want me to open my heart to the girls around me, nor did he want me to have feelings for them. He just wanted me to live a good life with them. The man I love only wants me to live a good life. That's the true meaning of his words. Although he looked unreliable on the surface and was usually frivolous, this man was using the gentleness hidden in the depths of his heart to care for her, but he didn't force himself on her. Hope. Kwang-san repeatedly pondered over this sentence in her heart and then smiled. Be a little more positive. Hearing that, Wu Yan smiled too. That's enough. They smiled at each other and didn't say anything. They stayed close to each other, mingling in the crowd and strolling around the Chishi festival. From time to time, they could see Kurumi's innocent and romantic expression and licking her lips while looking at the snacks. Wherever she went, people would turn to look at her. Standing in a remote open space, Wu Yan and Kurumi raised their heads, looking at the colorful fireworks in the sky. The corners of their mouths were raised. Especially Kwang-san. She seemed to be in a good mood. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction, but there was also a trace of regret in them. It could be seen that Kwang-san was very satisfied with this trip to the festival. But because she was so satisfied, she had some regrets. The fireworks started to bloom in the sky. It was getting closer to dawn. The lively festival was about to end. The brightly colored fireworks blossomed amidst the explosions. The colors of the night sky were reflected on Kwang-san's beautiful face. At this moment, she looked exceptionally bright and moving. There was a kind of silent beauty to her. When the fireworks were about to end, Kurumi spoke like she was sleep-talking. To be honest, I'm a little confused right now. Wu Yan looked at Kurumi and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for her to continue. I got a piece of information recently. Kurumi didn't seem to notice Wu Yan's gaze as she continued talking to herself. Since the first elf appeared 30 years ago, the second elf who appeared seemed to know the identity and whereabouts of the first elf. If it was someone else who knew Kwang-san, they would have been scared after hearing Kwang San's words. No matter how one listened to it, it sounded like Kurumi didn't give up on pursuing her sad wish. Wu Yan didn't react at all. Even Kurumi was surprised by his reaction. He slowly nodded and he spoke in a warm voice. Do you want to search? Kurumi lowered her head. Her eyes were a little dim. I don't know. That's why I'm confused. I see. Wu Yan pondered for a moment. Then, he said something shocking. If that's the case, then let's search. Kurumi raised her head and looked at Wu Yan in shock. Only Wu Yan's gentle voice could be heard. If you're feeling lost, it means you haven't let it go yet. If that's the case, why don't you try taking action? Maybe you'll get an answer in the process. Wu Yan held Kurumi's hand and he looked into her beautiful eyes. You only need to know that I hope you can always stay by my side. Don't disappear. Looking at Wu Yan's gentle smile and gentle eyes, Kurumi couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Then, she laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll cause trouble again? Don't go too far. The rest is none of my business. Wu Yan said in a capricious tone. He touched the sealing bracelet on Kurumi's wrist. If you really go too far, then I'll stop you. After all, once the sealing bracelet is put on, it can't be removed. Don't even think about escaping in your lifetime. How domineering. Kurumi's eyes flashed with strong ripples. She closed her eyes with a smile. But, I like it very much. Chapter 1134. Early morning, lying on the bed, Meijio looked out the window at the sky that was gradually brightening. It was a refreshing morning, and the birds were dancing in the air. This scene was filled with vitality, but it didn't bring Meijio any good mood. It even made her feel a little irritated. In the past, Meijio hated mornings. Because she had to go to school when morning came. However, Meijio's grades weren't very good. It didn't matter if her grades were terrible. Other than her voice, Meijio didn't have any outstanding talents. Including her studies, how could Meijio like the school? Of course, with Meijio's current strength, it was easy for her to change her grades. Moreover, she could enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention in school. As an idol, she liked this feeling. Therefore, although she didn't like school, Meijio didn't hate it. However, recently, let alone school, she didn't even want to stay in her favorite stage and home. It wasn't that Meijio hated the stage and her home. Recently, her heart was in a mess and she couldn't calm down. It made her feel like she had lost interest in everything. She didn't even have much of an appetite for food. She was depressed all day long. This phenomenon started a few days ago and had been going on until now. To be more precise, it started when she parted with that man at the entrance of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy at dusk. It had been like this ever since. Meijio didn't know the exact reason. She only knew that her heart couldn't calm down. It had been completely stirred up into a muddy pool of water. It was so complicated that she couldn't understand it. It made her very frustrated. Ah. Meijio pulled up the blanket and covered her head tightly. She screamed in frustration. It's all that despicable man's fault. As expected, men are all dirty things. Whenever I meet that kind of creature, I can't breathe. That's why I'm so frustrated. Despicable, despicable, despicable. As though venting, Meijio's sweet and intoxicating voice reverberated in the blanket. It reached Meijio's ears. It made her even more frustrated. Sigh. I might as well not go to school, the moment she said that. Meijio flung the blanket away and crawled out of it. No, staying at home will only make me more frustrated. I might as well go to school and let those cute toys play with me. After saying that, Meijio jumped off the bed and started to change her clothes. Heavenly Palace City, Longdan Temple Women's College, Big Sister. Big Sister. Yes, Big Sister. Wow. Elder Sister. Meijio was wearing the student uniform of the Dragon Gall Temple Women's College, which was a sailor suit. She walked along the corridor leading to the classroom and listened to the voices of support coming from all directions. Unknowingly, the corners of her lips curled up, and her irritable mood was alleviated by a lot. Sure enough, coming to school was the right choice. Meijio's heart was filled with joy as she thought of this. Although her mood wasn't that good, it was much better than before. Hence, she waved at the students around her, causing them to scream in unison. It didn't take long for Meijio to arrive at her classroom and sit down. Next to her, a few girls who looked like followers lined up behind her. If this was any other school, Meijio would most likely be treated as a snob and would be subjected to public opinion. However, this was a very common scene in the Dragon Gall Temple Women's College. The students behind Meijio were all her supporters. They even knew Meijio's true identity. It was unknown whether they were manipulated by Meijio or if they were her true supporters. Big sister, at this time, a female student behind Meijio stood up and said respectfully to Meijio, "Can I have a little of big sister's time?" "It doesn't matter." Meijio rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window. She said casually, "What is it?" "Today is the day that big sister ordered us to check the fans' letters." The female student seemed to have noticed Meijio's absent-mindedness, so she didn't waste any time and directly carried out a rather large box. "Big sister, do you want me to read it or do you want to read it yourself?" "No need." Meijio waved her hand, her gaze still fixed outside the window. "I'm not in the mood to read the letters today, I'll leave them to you." The female student looked at Meijio in surprise. She didn't expect such an answer. Night Tempter Meijio was a singer who had debuted for half a year. Although it had only been half a year, in this half a year, Meijio had become a real popular idol. Even compared to those veteran idols, she was still better. Although her fans were only female, there were still a lot of them. Naturally, these fans would want to send letters to Meijio. It's understandable, Meijio didn't want to be bothered by fan mail every day, so she left all these fan mail to her subordinates. Then, she would take one day out every week to read these fan mail. She didn't stop once. This was the first time she said she wasn't in the mood to read the letters. How could people not be surprised? Elder sister. At that moment, not knowing what Meijio was going to say, the female student was in a bit of a dilemma. "You really don't want to read it?" "I said I don't want to read it." If it was in the past, Meijio's tone would be natural and unhurried, and she would more or less be polite. However, under the influence of her irritation, the words that came out of Meijio's mouth weren't very polite, and it scared the female student. Seeing this, Meijio sighed and turned her head away in boredom. "Anyway, you can deal with the letters yourselves, yes?" The female student could only agree. She took the box full of letters and left. Almost at the same time, another female student walked up to Meijio. "Big sister, there are some fans who hope that big sister can hold a concert." "Do you mean?" Meijio finally turned her head. The word concert caught her interest. "Many people want to hold a concert?" "Yes, big sister." Seeing Meijio looking at her, the female student seemed to be very excited. Even her spirit was lifted. "Big sister, didn't you cancel the concert a few days ago? That's why the fans want big sister to hold another concert." "A concert a few days ago? Cancelled?" Meijio was stunned. "A concert a few days ago? Was it the concert held when she met that man? Why would it be cancelled because of something?" The first half of the concert went smoothly. Later on, because of a fight with that man, the concert was ruined and she was taken away by him. Oh right, that man seemed to have asked someone to erase the fans' memories. Could it be because of this that the concert ended up being cancelled because of something? Meijio thought of that man's smiling face when she parted with him. She finally calmed down a little, but she became restless again. "Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll hold another concert to change my mood, let's do it." Meijio raised her head. Her bright silver eyes glanced at the female student. "The concert will be held 3 days from now. You can go to the fan page and announce it." I'll take care of the rest. Got it. Big sister. Meijio nodded and stood up. She wanted to make arrangements for the concert. Just as she stood up, a piece of paper fell from her arms and onto the floor. Meijio frowned and bent down to pick up the paper on the ground. But when she saw the contents of the paper, her beautiful face froze. That was because there was a phone number written on the paper. If you need someone to support you, if you need someone to believe in you, if you lose your spiritual power again, if you want to sing again, call this number. In her mind, this sentence involuntarily rose, causing Meijio's hand that was holding the paper to tighten slightly. Her heart also began to beat faster. Meijio took out her phone from her pocket. Chapter 1135. Good morning. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the hall. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, but the door was pushed open after a minute or two. Wu Yan and Kotori came out wearing the Raichon High School uniform. They entered the hall together with Kotori, who is also wearing the same uniform. Sister. With a sweet voice, Kotori, who was wearing a black ribbon, put on an innocent and romantic smile. Onii-chan is up. Shiori smiled when she heard Kotori's cheerful voice. But, when she saw Wu Yan's tired face and how he looked like he could die at any moment, her smile turned bitter. Kotori is always in charge of waking you up. Shido, can't you be more energetic in the morning? Every morning, Shiori would say the same thing in front of everyone. Wu Yan got used to it, so he replied back out of habit. Sleeping in is the happiest thing in the morning, Shiori, you don't understand. I don't want to understand either. Shiori glared at Wu Yan. Be careful, you won't be able to find a girlfriend if you get too lazy. Shiori forgot that Toka is Wu Yan's girlfriend and Kurumi is Wu Yan's fiancé. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Toka and Kurumi, who were eating gracefully at the table. He also glanced at Kotori and smiled. Thank you for your concern. You. Shiori shook her head and gave up trying to persuade him. Forget it, let's eat breakfast, we're late for school. Yes, at the dining table, everyone's response reverberated throughout the entire hall, causing Shiji to be in a bad mood as she placed the breakfast in her hands on the dining table. Then, he continued to prepare new portions. Can't help it. 10 spices had already eaten more than 70% of the breakfast. If they didn't prepare more, Shiori would probably not be able to eat anything herself, not to mention that it might not be enough for the others. But Shiori turned around. She went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Kurumi suddenly spoke. Itsuka-san, I have something to talk to you about. Shiori was stunned, she pointed at her own nose. Me? Kurumi nodded with a smile. Shiori tilted her head in confusion. Are you sure it's me? Kurumi blinked her eyes and looked at Shiori's incredulous expression. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ah la, Wuhi classmate, is it something to be surprised about that I'm looking for you? No, it's not that. Shiori looked away awkwardly. It's the first time you came to me. Indeed, because of Kurumi's status as Shido's fiancé, Shiori, who supported her on 10 Fragrance's side, wasn't hostile to Kurumi, but she wasn't friendly either. Usually, they didn't talk much, let alone Kurumi taking the initiative to look for her. That's why Shiori was so surprised. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Kurumi closed her eyes and she chuckled. Her words caught everyone's attention except for Wu Yan. For the next period of time, I may have to leave this house temporarily. Leave this house? Shiori exclaimed. Toka also stopped eating and looked at Kurumi with surprise. Kotori even spat out a mouthful of food and exclaimed. Why haven't I heard about such an important thing from you? Shiori frowned when she saw Kotori's strange reaction. Kotori was startled and immediately adjusted her posture. However, her red eyes were fixed on Kurumi. She was anxious and suspicious. Tokazaki-san, are you really going to leave? Shiori looked at Kurumi and asked. Can I ask why? It's nothing important, Tokazaki-san, don't worry. Kurumi tilted her head and pointed at her face. It's just that my family is a little worried and asked me to go back and take a look. Speaking up to here, Kwang-san's face was still filled with regret. My home is too far away and it might take me a while to get back. I have to ask for leave from school, so I'm going to tell Tokazaki-san. Kotori opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but because Shiori was there, she could only shut her mouth. Her eyes were locked on Kurumi, and her expression was constantly changing. Shiori, on the other hand, felt that there was nothing wrong. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Then I guess I have no choice. Thank you for taking care of me. Kurumi stood up and bowed to Shiori. Shiori didn't have much of a young lady's temperament, so she smiled awkwardly. In that case, let's prepare a big breakfast for Tokazaki-san. Allah. Kwang-san pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, Tokazaki-san. You're welcome. Shiori waved her hand and went into the kitchen. What's going on? As soon as Shiori left, before Toka and Yoshino could react, Kotori shot an oppressive gaze at Kurumi. Leaving? Are you kidding me? I'm kidding. I'm not joking. Kurumi shook her head. She didn't avoid Kotori's gaze and looked straight at her. I do have something to do, so I need to leave for a while. Hearing Kurumi's words, Kotori's expression sank. Don't forget what Ratatoskr did to you. Kotori's voice turned hostile. Because you are an elf, your situation is special. Ratatoskr punished you by sending you into exile and monitoring you. If you do anything suspicious again, there is a high chance that you will be imprisoned for the rest of your life. Kurumi's expression didn't change in the slightest, but she didn't say anything. On the side, Toka and Yoshino were holding their breaths. Looking at the stalemate between Kurumi and Kotori, their eyes were full of anxiety and worry, but they were suppressed by the heavy atmosphere and didn't dare to speak. They could only stare there, not knowing what to do. Wu Yen looked at Kotori and he opened his mouth. Kotori, I allowed this to happen. You? Kotori looked at Wu Yen and frowned. Why? Because. There are some things that Kurumi has to do herself. Wu Yen shook his head. Kotori, let Kurumi leave for a while. Kurumi is being monitored by Ratatoskr. Kotori said. I don't have the final say in Ratatoskr. No matter what, Kurumi has killed more than 10,000 humans, so to be honest, this isn't a wise choice. Something bad might happen. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Wu Yen answered and he met Kotori's gaze. Kotori, don't you trust Kurumi? Kotori's frown deepened. She glanced at Kurumi, who was staring at her, and sighed. It's not that I don't trust Kurumi. It's just that Kurumi is a dangerous person. If you want her to leave, you won't seal her power, right? How can you make others feel at ease? Even if I believe Kurumi, it's not like you don't know the side effects of her angel. Era, you don't have to worry about that. Kurumi's mouth curved into an evil grin. In order for me to use the Carving Emperor without any side effects, Lord Husband has gifted me a lot of time last night. Kwang-san licked her lips as if she was recalling something. If I don't use the Bullet of 11 and the Bullet of 12, even if I keep using the Carving Emperor, I can still use it for a few years. I don't need to hunt other people to make up for the time. Therefore, during this period of time, I won't touch a single hair of those ordinary people. This time, Kotori was in a dilemma. Kotori looked at Kurumi, who was grinning from ear to ear. Then, she looked at Wu Yen, who nodded at her. She lowered her head and she started thinking. Chapter 1136. Time quietly flowed by in a state of relative silence. Wu Yen, Kurumi, Toka, and Toka are all looking at Kotori, waiting for her decision. Time is ticking and Shiori is humming in the kitchen, but Kotori still hasn't made a decision. It's natural. Just like Kotori said, Kurumi is an evil elf who killed more than 10,000 humans. She's a dangerous existence in the eyes of those who know her. Right now, Kurumi's spiritual force was sealed and she was being monitored by Ratatosk. If Kurumi was allowed to leave after regaining control of her elven powers, Ratatosk's treatment of her might change. When that happens, even Kotori won't be able to do anything. Kotori wasn't the one who created Ratatosk and she's not the one in charge. If the higher-ups decide to punish Kurumi, what can Kotori do? She can either watch from the sidelines or interfere. One thing is for sure, if Kurumi ends up in jail, Wu Yen wouldn't just sit by and watch her do nothing. Kotori doesn't want to see Wu Yen and the person behind Ratatosk fight each other. Wu Yen is the most important person in Kotori's life. He's the one behind Ratatosk. In a way, Kotori can't afford to betray him. What will happen if they start fighting each other? Kotori can't imagine it. The best decision is to keep Kurumi alive and maintain the status quo. However, looking at the smile on Kurumi's face and the gleam in her eyes, how could Kotori not know that Kurumi would run away if she tried to stop her? At that time, once the crime of absconding for fear of punishment was placed, things would really take a turn for the worst. But she can't let Kurumi go. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be worse. She's not a human being. Kotori's face was full of distress, and her eyes flickered. Clearly, she was in a difficult position. Perhaps because she couldn't stand the heavy silence, Ten Incense suddenly spoke. I don't know what's going on. Toka's handsome face met Kotori's. A resolute expression appeared on his face. But if it's me. If there's something I have to do but I can't do it, it'll be hard. Kotori was stunned. I think so too. Toka glanced at Kotori. She mustered up her courage. If you don't do it well, your mind will be messed up. Kwang-san was slightly surprised when she heard the words of 10 incense and 4 ginseng, but the smile on her face had already widened a little. Wu Yen chuckled and he shrugged at Kotori. That's right. So, Kotori, let Kurumi go, you guys. Kotori rubbed her forehead with a bitter smile. Her hesitant look was gone. She stared at Kurumi and said, let me ask you, what are you going to do? Ah. Kurumi raised her eyebrows and pretended to ponder. She tilted her head and replied with a smile, this is a secret. Kotori glared at Kurumi and snorted. Let's change the question, you won't hurt others, right? This question really stumped me. Kwang Sanjia's red eyes flashed with suppressed bloody light. The corner of her mouth hooked up into an extremely dangerous arc. Well, at least I won't cause trouble for others, but if I'm in a bad mood, I'll leave a permanent mark on those who make me unhappy. How can I let you go like this? Kotori wanted to slap the table, but that would attract Shiori's attention. She suppressed her anger and glared at Wu Yen. Is this your decision? This is Kurumi's decision. Wu Yen answered without hesitation. I'm just saying that I support her. The bloodlust in Kurumi's eyes quickly melted away, replaced by an unprecedented gentleness. Kotori couldn't bear to watch anymore and covered her forehead. She couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she turned her head away in despair. Do whatever you want. I won't help you if something happens. That's more than enough. Kurumi's delicate face relaxed a little. It doesn't matter if Kotori agrees or not because Kurumi has already decided to look for the second elf even if Kotori doesn't agree. She has Wu Yan's support, right? For Kwang-san, this was already enough. As for whether she'll ask the second elf about the original elf's whereabouts or something else, she'll have to wait and see. After all, even Kurumi herself doesn't know what to do. She can only do as Wu Yen said, she'll try first. Following Kotori's agreement, the heavy atmosphere in the room dissipated, allowing Toka and Yoshino to heave a sigh of relief and smile. Toka leaned forward and asked Kurumi. Then, Kurumi, when are you leaving? Well. Kurumi thought for a bit. I'll go to the school to say goodbye to the teachers and then I'll leave. So soon? Toka wrinkled her nose. When are you coming back? I don't know. Kurumi shook her head and glanced at Wu Yen with a smile. Maybe I'll be back soon, maybe I'll wait until Aotsusama leaves this world, but no matter what, I'll be back. That's good. 10 Incense clapped her hands and greeted Kurumi. Hurry up and eat, Shiori said that you'll have the strength to do things when you're full. Yes. Kurumi chuckled and responded with a crisp voice. She sat down and began to enjoy her breakfast. What a troublemaker. Kotori sighed. She was still a little annoyed. What a troublemaker. Looks like I'll be busy from now on. Not only do I have to report to Ratatosk's members, but I also have to prepare for your psychic wave. Wu Yen scratched his cheek and asked Kotori. Do you want to report this to your superiors? Yes. Of course. Kotori said snappily, even though it'll be troublesome, it's still better than hiding it and causing trouble. We still have to apply for a display device from the higher-ups. If something happens at this juncture, we'll have no choice but to snatch the display device from AST and DEM. Wu Yen smiled awkwardly and shrugged at Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. The 3 elven girls giggled. At that moment, a light melody came from Wu Yan's pocket along with the vibration of something. Phone. Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before taking out his phone from his pocket. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the display, he picked it up in confusion. Hello. For a split second, Wu Yan heard sounds of panic and chaos coming from the other side of the phone. Then, a somewhat stiff and nervous voice came from the other side of the phone. It's me. Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he heard this. Then, he finally recalled the face of the owner of this beautiful voice in his mind and he exclaimed in surprise. Seducing Meijio? The air froze. The 4 girls looked at Wu Yan at the same time. Toka and Yoshino looked at him suspiciously, Kurumi smiled and Kotori looked at him inquisitively. Wu Yan didn't have the time to think about this, he's still in a state of shock that Meijio would call him. You actually called me. Didn't you ask me to call you? On the other side of the phone, Meijio sounded a bit nervous. She's completely different from her previous arrogant self when she attacked him. Wu Yan was confused but he still asked her with a smile. Then why are you calling me? Meijio went silent for a while before speaking again. Didn't you want to hear me sing? The smile on Wu Yan's face slowly receded and turned into a serious expression. Do you want to use your own voice? Meijio opened her mouth and her voice trembled. She didn't want to use her own voice to sing. I won't go. Wu Yan refused. I don't want to listen to a song sung by that fake voice at all. Wu Yan hung up the phone without giving Meijio a chance to respond. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Meijio's bright silver eyes gradually dimmed. She laughed at herself. What a self-righteous man. Without this voice, who would listen to me sing? Chapter 1137. 1 or 2 will only cause me trouble. Walking alone in the dark corridor, Kotori grumbled to herself with a bitter smile on her face. Kotori has changed out of her school uniform and replaced it with the crimson military uniform she wore in Ratatosk. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that even though Kotori was wearing a dark red military uniform, she didn't drape her coat over her shoulders as usual. Instead, she was dressed very formally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a formal attire. On top of that, the precious pearl that was always in his mouth was gone as well. Compared to her usual frivolous appearance, she looks a lot more formal. Kotori's appearance made one think of an unruly little princess with an erratic personality forcing herself to be polite in order to attend an important banquet. Right now, Kotori was giving off such an atmosphere. Of course, if you ignore the impatient and helpless expression on Kotori's face from time to time. Kotori's footsteps and mutterings could be heard clearly in the silent corridor. She could even hear her heartbeat. Kotori couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the 3 voices intertwined. This unprecedented nervousness wasn't because of the sound, but rather because of Kotori's current location. Ratatosk's headquarters. That's where Kotori's superior works. And now, Kotori was going to meet her direct superior. There are 2 things. the application for the display device and the report on Kurumi's incident. Because of these two reasons, Kodori immediately applied for leave from school. She rushed here as fast as she can to solve the problem in one go. Kodori wasn't just complaining. She was truly annoyed. She applied for a large number of the display devices for no reason, including the personal combat display device, the CR unit. How can her superior just give it to her without asking for the reason? After all, Ratatoskr only has a small number of members and almost none of them are qualified to equip the CR unit. Why would they apply for a large number of display devices for no reason? Without asking for the reason. There was no way Yasgate Electronics would make a display just because Kodori said so. Kodori had to give him a reasonable reason to obtain these devices. And Kurom-san's matter was also a troublesome matter. In order to prevent the person most important to her from opposing her benefactor, Kodori has to try her best to convince her superior to prevent the worst from happening. Plus, she had a chance to seduce Meijio. However, she was mercilessly rejected by her brother. If Shirori wasn't there, she would have been furious. Kodori wanted to give Wu Yan a good round of cannons. Even though Kodori's spiritual power is still in Wu Yan's hands. Seriously, nothing can stop me from worrying. Kodori rubbed her forehead and adjusted her state of mind. She walked to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of a door. Kodori took a deep breath and hesitated. Then, she knocked on the door unhurriedly. Kodori. Reporting for duty. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in the corridor. It was only after 4 or 5 seconds that it gradually calmed down. Almost at the same time, a voice sounded from the other side of the door. Come in. Hearing this, Kodori took another deep breath, pushed open the door and walked in. It wasn't a spacious office behind the door, but an ordinary study room. The 4 walls of the study were filled with bookshelves filled with books. Behind a desk in the innermost part of the study, an old man in his 50s with white hair and a long beard was sitting on a swivel chair. He crossed his arms and supported his chin with the back of his hand. He gazed at Kodori, who walked into the room with a peaceful smile on his face like an amiable old man. As soon as Kodori saw the elderly man, her expression turned solemn and her eyes revealed a look of respect. This old man is the founder of Ratatoskr, Elliot Baldwin. Baldwin? Woodman. He's also Kodori's benefactor. Woodman Sama. Kodori stopped 2 to 3 meters away from the desk and bowed deeply. Seeing Kodori's respectful look, Woodman's smile widened, and he looked more and more peaceful. Long time no see, Commander Wuha. I'm relieved to see you in such good spirits. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Kodori nodded. She seemed to really respect Woodman. Woodman was gratified, but at the same time, he felt a little helpless. It's not time for the annual roundtable conference yet, right? Commander Wuha. Woodman straightened his back when he saw Kodori standing in front of him. The roundtable conference hasn't started yet and you're already here. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to apply for the display device, right? Kodori held her breath and nodded. That's part of the reason. There's another thing I need to report. Then let's talk about the display device. Woodman smiled and picked up an application form signed by Itsuka Kodori from the table. There was a lot of information written on it. If other people were to see the information recorded on it, they would definitely be shocked. That was because what was recorded on the application form were all display devices that had a wide range of uses and extraordinary performance. Other than the display devices for other purposes, just the display devices for personal combat, the CR units alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, all of them were the latest and most powerful. When I first received this application form, even I was shocked. Woodman smiled bitterly. If all the display devices on this application form are really manufactured, then Yasgate Electronics Company might even go bankrupt. I can't believe that this application form was personally submitted by you, Commander 5 River. Woodman paused for a moment before he added in a playful tone. Don't tell me this is a prank from you, Commander Wuha. Even Kodori, who respected Woodman greatly, couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Woodman said it was a prank, one can only imagine how ridiculous the display device coterie applied for is. These display devices would all be used to equip the base in the giant beast's forest. The XCR unit would also be used by the 20,000 sisters. It was equivalent to creating an organization bigger than the AST. How could Woodman not be surprised, or even shocked? Coterie had already predicted the reaction she would get from submitting this application form. Woodman was probably the only one who saw this application form. If the rest of the higher-ups saw it, Coterie would be drowned in saliva by now. But it couldn't be helped. This batch of display devices had to be obtained. Therefore, even though Coterie knew her words might cause a huge commotion, she still replied seriously with a tense expression. "Commander Woodman, it's true." The smile on Woodman's face slowly disappeared. Looking at Coterie's serious expression, he frowned deeply. "Commander Wuha, you should know how unrealistic your request is, right?" Woodman looked at the application form in his hand and closed his eyes as if he couldn't bear to look at it. Even if Yasgate Electronics has the ability to create the display device above, the budget spent on it is definitely an extremely huge amount. If it is really implemented, Yasgate Electronics will definitely be emptied and will only exist in name. Woodman looked straight at Coterie. "Commander Wuha, do you understand how unreasonable this request is?" "Yes. Yes." Under Woodman's gaze, Coterie didn't seem to notice anything. Her expression didn't even change, but she said something that made Woodman's expression change. "Therefore, I will be responsible for the cost of creating the display devices." Chapter 1138. Therefore, I will take full responsibility for the cost of the device. Woodman's expression changed when he heard Coterie's serious words. In this world, there were only two organizations that had the ability to create display devices, Yasgate Electronics Company and DEM. As the only two organizations in the world that have the technology to create the device, they might not be the richest in the world, but they are definitely one of the wealthiest organizations. Under such circumstances, Yasgate Electronics would face the danger of losing all of its funds to manufacture the display device Coterie requested. It wasn't hard to imagine how much funds Coterie needed to manufacture the display device. However, Coterie said she will take full responsibility for the cost. Apart from her identity as the commander of Ratatosk, Coterie is just a little girl from an ordinary family. Can she afford such a huge amount of money? The answer is no. Woodman, who knows Coterie's family well, can't help but think that Coterie is pranking him. But because Woodman knew Coterie well, he knew Coterie wasn't joking. Woodman's eyes gradually narrowed. His pupils constricted into the shape of needles as he spoke in a deep voice. "Commander Five Rivers, are you serious?" The heavy atmosphere in the silent study room continued to rise. Coterie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were filled with determination. Woodman, who had witnessed this scene, fell silent. Following Woodman's silence, the entire study suddenly fell into an indescribable stifling silence. If someone were to stay here, perhaps. If anyone was in the study room, they would have a hard time maintaining their breathing under the heavy atmosphere. After a long time, Woodman raised his head and looked at Coterie. "May I ask, where do you plan to get the money?" Coterie lowered her head and pondered for a moment before answering. "This fund was entrusted to me by my brother. He asked me to use it at this time." That's right, the money Coterie wanted to use to create the device was given to her by Wu Yan himself. Wu Yan predicted that in the end, the matter of requesting the display device from the higher-ups of Ratatosk would escalate to a financial issue. After all, the quality and quantity of the display devices they needed were simply too high, too many. Even the Yasgate Electronics Company might not be able to afford it. Moreover, Coterie didn't apply for the device for Ratatosk. It was a personal request. Therefore, Yasgate Electronics wouldn't spend such a huge amount of money to create a display device for Coterie's request. The display device wasn't something that could be given away casually. If they didn't use it well, it might become the source of a disaster. Even with Coterie's trust, the higher-ups were willing to give away the device. However, if they didn't solve the basic problem of funding, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. Therefore, the next morning after returning to the date world, Wu Yan gave Coterie a space ring filled with gold coins. The value of gold in this world was very high. Wu Yan can casually take out any one of these gold coins and exchange it for a large sum of money. If he were to take out all the gold coins in the ring of gold, then the sum of all the wealth in the world wouldn't even amount to 1/10,000th of the gold coins in the ring of gold. Wu Yan only needed to take out a drop in the ocean of gold from the ring of gold and he could use it to create these devices. This would make the base in the giant beast forest more secure and the 20,000 Misaka sisters more powerful. Why wouldn't he do it? If it wasn't for the gold coins, Coterie wouldn't have dared to submit the application. Upon hearing Coterie's words, Woodman was taken aback. Shortly after, he recalled something. He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned serious. You must be referring to the mysterious person who isn't an elf or a magician but has power comparable to an elf, right? Coterie nodded slowly. Woodman fell into deep thought. Woodman had already noticed Wu Yan when he first arrived in this world with the spacequake. Both AST and DM thought Wu Yan is a spirit, but Coterie's connection made it clear to Woodman that Wu Yan isn't a spirit. Of course, Woodman didn't know Wu Yan's true identity. Coterie didn't report the fact that Wu Yan is a vampire to the higher-ups. Before becoming Wu Yan's summon, Coterie didn't even know where Wu Yan came from. How could she report that? Thus, in the eyes of Woodman and the other Ratatosk members, Wu Yan is shrouded in mystery. There's nothing about him that isn't a mystery. Now, this enigmatic existence took out a large amount of money to create a large number of display devices. Fifth River Commander. Woodman looked at Coterie with a meaningful gaze. Don't tell me the display devices you applied for is what your brother needs? Coterie narrowed her eyes for a moment before she relaxed and answered truthfully. Yes, Lord Woodman. Just as you guessed, it was my brother who requested the display devices. Woodman pursed his lips, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. Fifth River Commander, the display devices aren't something that can be given away. If someone uses them for evil purposes, do you know what will happen to this world that's already facing a disaster? Lord Woodman, I understand your concern. Coterie looked up with a bitter smile. But I think that your concerns are unnecessary. Woodman's interest was piqued by Coterie's words. Oh. Why? The reason is simple. Coterie took a deep breath. Her red eyes flashed. If my brother wants to destroy this world, no one can stop him. He doesn't need the display devices at all. Woodman's expression changed drastically as overwhelming waves surged in his heart. Even his hands were clenched into fists. His shrewd eyes rippled with waves that were difficult to suppress. No one can stop it. Woodman closed his eyes as if he didn't want others to see him lose his composure. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, but that smile seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. Looks like the real danger in this world isn't the elves but this mysterious existence. Seeing how Woodman was trying his best to suppress something, Coterie felt a little apologetic, but that was the truth. If Wu Yan really wants to destroy this world, all he needs to do is release a vassal beast and have it run around the world. Then the world will enter the Stone Age. The only way to deal with familiars was to use mana to neutralize them. However, in this world, mana wasn't real mana. It was just a form of energy that powered the display device. It couldn't deal with familiars at all. Coterie was only speaking the truth. All right. The application for the display devices is approved. Woodman looked at Coterie and said in a deep voice, but I hope that existence will always be on our side. Coterie finally let out a sigh of relief and respectfully agreed. Don't worry, my brother has unimaginable power but he doesn't have much ambition. As long as there are no accidents, he won't do anything. That's good. Woodman nodded with a kind smile on his face. I will be in charge of the display devices. Make them as soon as possible. Of course, you'll have to fork out the funds yourselves. Asgate Electronics can't afford it. Yes. Kotori bowed and hesitated for a moment. One more thing, Tokisaki Kurumi has left the Itsuka family. Tokisaki Kurumi left? Woodman furrowed his brows and said with uncertainty. Is it your brother's idea again? Yes. A little. This. Woodman smiled bitterly. He's pretty much certain that the most dangerous existence in this world is Wu Yen. They have a way to deal with the elves, but they don't have a way to deal with Wu Yen. Chapter 1139. In Heavenly Palace City, there is a building that is far taller than all the other buildings. This building is the branch office of DM in Heavenly Palace City. Because Heavenly Palace City is the place where space tremors happen the most frequently in recent years, it is also the place where elves appear the most frequently. Therefore, DM has already set up a branch office in Heavenly Palace City in order to effectively capture or kill elves. As the only two organizations in the world that can create display devices, DM is the same as AST. They advocate killing elves to bring peace to the world. Or rather, it is precisely because DM advocates killing elves that AST has the same goal. After all, whether it is AST or the military police of other countries, the display devices are all provided by DM. Although in terms of technology, DEM was a bit weaker than Yaskeed Electronics Company, in terms of reputation, DEM surpassed Yaskeed Electronics Company by quite a bit. At least, on the surface, almost everyone who knows about the existence of display devices knows about DM. However, there are not many people who know about the existence of Asgate Electronics. Of course, DM and Asgate Electronics both know about each other's existence. Just like how there are good people and bad people in every world, in this world, these two organizations that have the ability to create display devices are also archenemies. Asgate Electronics Company advocated peaceful means of communication. In order to save elves, the threat of space tremors to the world will be eliminated without a trace. DM advocates using force to suppress and destroy elves to bring peace to the world. How can two organizations with completely opposite natures not become archenemies? Of course, this is only on the surface. In all large organizations, there are people with evil intentions. DM said that they plan to destroy elves and bring peace to the world, but there are also people who have evil intentions towards elves, in this branch office building. There is such a person. It is a person wearing a suit. He was a tall man with a head full of dull grayish-golden hair and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to have been carved out of his face with a small knife. The man looks to be at most 35 years old, but he gives people a feeling that he has experienced the vicissitudes of life and is very experienced. From time to time, the corner of his mouth would curl up into a smile like a wild wolf staring at its prey. It is full of danger. It was also a little nauseating. Isaac? Lay? Bellum? Will Coate? The executive director of the DEM company, in essence, the upper management. This was because the DEM was the main organization that provided the military with the display device. As long as he gave the order, the military strength of many countries would drop to the point where they would be left far behind by other countries. In this branch company, or even in this country, Wilcott was an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Even if DEM is just a company, holding a glass full of red wine in his hand, Westcott looked at the scenery of Heavenly Palace City outside the window and sighed quietly. Isn't it said that there are many elves in Heavenly Palace City? Why was it so peaceful? After that, Wilcott stretched out his hand toward Heavenly Palace City outside the window and then clenched it tightly. How great would it be if the DM company mastered the technology of freely summoning Spacequake? This way, no matter how many sprites there are, they would be able to find them. If an ordinary person heard this, they would definitely run away and blacklist Wilcott, never to see him again. In order to find a sprite, he didn't hesitate to summon Spacequake. I'm afraid Wilcott doesn't care about the lives of the residents of Heavenly Palace City. Wilcott retracted his hand as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He sighed again and shook the glass full of red wine. At this moment, a tall and beautiful woman dressed like a secretary pushed open the door of the room and walked towards Wilcourt. Irene? As if he already knew who came, Wilcott smiled without turning his head. It's rare to see someone come to me at this time. I'm always here. The beautiful woman called Irene was holding a folder in her hand, and there was no expression on her pretty face. If you want to find me, just give me a shout, is that so? Westcott narrowed his eyes. It was hard to tell if he was happy or disdainful when he smirked. If you're looking for me at this time, there must be something good, right? I don't know if it's a good thing or not. She opened the folder in her hand and took out a document. However, there is one thing that I need to report to you. Report? Westcott chuckled and shook his head. If it's something annoying, let's talk about it tomorrow. It should be something you're interested in. Irene glanced at Wilcott and put the document on the glass table in front of him. There was a photo on the document. It was a photo of a boy and two girls in high school uniforms walking forward, talking and laughing. The boy in the middle had black hair and red eyes. He looked like he was in his 20s. The woman walking on the left had long purple hair that reached her waist and a pair of dreamy crystal-like eyes. As for the woman on the right, her long black hair was tied into two ponytails in front of her. Her bangs were long enough to cover one of her eyes. Seeing the three of them, Westcott, who had been uninterested, felt his heart skip a beat. His sharp gaze landed on the photo, which shone brightly. Wilcott had never seen the three of them before, but he saw them in the video of the battle between Ast and the elves. Red Devil. Princess. Nightmare. Westcott uttered the names one by one. Every time he uttered a name, his heart would beat violently, and his body would even tremble. Obviously, he had already entered a state of extreme excitement. Seeing Westcott suppressing his excitement, Irene closed her eyes and slowly spoke. That young man's name is Itsuka Shido, the purple-haired girl is Otoka Toka, and the black-haired girl is Shikisaki Kurumi. They seem to be living together and studying at a school called Lichon High. Due to the fact that the three of them look shockingly similar to the Red Devil, Princess, and Nightmare, the intelligence personnel collected some information about them. When Irene reached this point, she frowned. However, from the information, they seemed to be ordinary students. There was no reaction from the elves. The system determined them to be ordinary people, ordinary people. Wilcott's eyes widened. He covered his face and laughed out loud. Three ordinary people who have the same appearance as the three elves. Coincidentally, they're all in the same place. Do you believe it? Indeed. If that's the case, it's too much of a coincidence. Irene nodded expressionlessly. However, the information doesn't show any differences in their backgrounds. We can't conclude they're elves. Oh. Wilcott picked up the photo on the table and stared at the three people in it. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. You mean we can't conclude they're not elves? Yes. Elaine paused and nodded, causing a dangerous smile to appear on Wilscott's face. Isn't this interesting? Wilcott looked at Irene and handed her the photo. Looks like we need to investigate this. Irene, I'll leave it to you. Are you sure? Irene frowned again. Her face was filled with uncertainty. If the investigation is correct, our opponents will be three elves. Westcott's brow rose, his gaze toward Irene becoming more and more interested. Don't you have the confidence to deal with three elves? Irene. Irene's expression turned serious. There's no elf in this world that I can't defeat. Westcott laughed delightfully when he heard the words. Then I'll leave it to you. Mira? Messier. The world's strongest magician. Chapter 1140. Tiangong City, Lichon High School, Teacher's Office, Tokisaki classmate. Are you sure you want to take such a long leave? A petite teacher, who had the face of a high school student or even a junior high school student, said regretfully to Kurumi, who was standing in front of her and exuding an elegant aura. We're going to have a trip soon. If you take such a long leave, you won't be able to go, Kurumi was slightly startled, then her face was full of regret. Is that so? That's a pity. If possible, Kurumi really wanted to go on a trip with Wu Yan. It's really unfortunate that she chose to leave at this time. Kuang San forced a smile in his heart. But, my family is already urging me, so, then, there's no other way. The child-faced teacher lowered her head. She looked like a primary school student who was about to cry after being bullied. Even Kurumi couldn't help but doubt in her heart at this time. In front of her, is the teacher with a child-faced big boobs really almost 30 years old? Then, Tokisaki classmate, I hope you can come back soon. The teacher tilted her head and smiled. Even if you can't go on the trip, there will be a large-scale cultural festival held by 10 high schools in Tiangong City. It's an annual event. Tokisaki classmate, if you miss this, it will be a real regret. Tiangong Festival. Kurumi blinked her eyes and a charming smile appeared on her face. That's really exciting, I'll solve my problem as soon as possible. That's good. Okamoto nodded with satisfaction. Coming out of the teacher's office, Kurumi slowly put away the smile on her face and sighed as if she was tired. Next, Kurumi will go to find the whereabouts of the second elf and temporarily leave here for a while, thinking that she was about to leave here. Kurumi's heart was more or less worried. It's not that she didn't want to come to Lai Chan High School. It's also not that she didn't want to leave her classmates. From the beginning to the end, there was only one person who could make her feel reluctant. Her wine-red eyes flickered a few times. Kurumi couldn't help but look in the direction of the classroom. She wanted to see Wu Yan. At least she wanted to say goodbye. But she was afraid. After meeting Wu Yan, she would be reluctant to leave. Standing at the door of the teacher's office, Kurumi's beautiful eyes were filled with hesitation. In the end, she gave up. Anyway, it's not like we won't meet again. Regardless of whether she found the second sprite or not, or whether she resolved the confusion in her heart, she would still come back. After all, Kuang San's life had long since merged with the only man who could move her heart. For the time being, I have to go back to my old self. Kurumi muttered. She then lifted her feet and walked towards the school gate. Walking on the sparsely populated street, Kurong 3 entered a small alley. She didn't stop until she reached the end of the alley where there wasn't a single trace of light. Then, she turned around and walked back. Era, are you not going to come out? The light and agile voice wantonly fluctuated in the narrow alley, spreading far and wide. Not long after, it stopped and returned to silence. But Kurumi kept a smile on her face. She stared straight ahead as if someone was standing right in front of her. In fact, that's the truth. Not far in front of Kurumi, there's a figure standing there. No, figure isn't the right word. To be more precise, it's a blurry image. If Kotori was here, she would recognize it. Because it's the shadow that gave Kotori the spirit crystal 5 years ago, turning her into a sprite. Phantom. Squinting his eyes, Kuang San's smile rose again, looking ferocious and bloodthirsty. No one knew if Phantom could see Kurumi's expression. That blurry figure slightly shook. Then, a strange voice reverberated in the air. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, high or low. It had an inconceivable feeling. It was impossible to tell if the voice belonged to a man or a woman, high or low. When did you find out? Kurumi raised an eyebrow, her only exposed eye curved into a crescent moon shape. The moment I came out of the office. Hearing Kuang San's words, the Phantom's blurry figure shook a few more times and spoke noisily. Then, why didn't you inform your husband Sama? I wanted to, but you would have left by then, right? Kurumi shrugged her shoulders. She looked at the Phantom with a bloody glint in her eyes. But, I admire your courage. You know he's in Lai Chan High, yet you still came here. Do you think you're a match for him? I don't know if I'm a match for him. The Phantom said, but I know you need me. Kuang San's eyes narrowed. His body emitted a strong light that disappeared in a flash. When the light dimmed, a black and red spiritual equipment appeared on his body. Kurumi raised the gun in her hand and aimed at Phantom. Her golden eyes locked onto Phantom as she sneered. You don't think I'll betray him, do you? You won't? The Phantom paused for a moment. Someone as depraved as you will open your heart and accept someone? He. Kuang San giggled strangely. Her laughter made people's hair stand on end. You don't understand his gentleness at all. How would you know how important he is to me? Phantom fell silent when she heard that. Seeing Phantom go silent, Kurumi was bored. She put away the gun in her hand and turned around. Just as she was about to leave, Phantom opened her mouth to speak. You've gained enough time from him to achieve your goal, right? Kuang San's footsteps abruptly stopped. He froze on the spot and lowered his head. Every number on the angel of Kurumi, the engraving emperor, contained the ability to manipulate time. These abilities would consume Kurumi's time every time they were used. Only the bullet of 11 and the bullet of 12 were slightly different. These two bullets would consume the same amount of time as an elf's life. That was why Kurumi needed to absorb the time of humans to replenish her life. She wanted to get enough time to fire the bullet of 12 that could send her target back to the past. She wanted to return to 30 years ago and kill the first elf. Now, the time she gained from Wu Yan was enough for her to return to 30 years ago and support her in killing the original elf. In other words, as long as Kurumi was willing, she could fulfill her wish at any time. I don't know what your goal is, but I know you want to shoot the bullet of 12, right? The Phantom's mocking voice entered Kurumi's ears. Don't you already have what you want? Why did you choose to stay by his side? Hearing Phantom's words, Kuang San slowly turned around and looked forward. A gentle smile quietly appeared on her face, because he said he didn't want me to disappear. After saying this, Kurumi turned around again and walked out of the alley, brushing past Phantom's figure. You better be prepared the next time you appear in front of me. He really wants to see you. I'm sure he'll be happy if I capture you and give you to him as a gift. Phantom seemed to have turned around as well. Her blurry figure flashed, and she looked at Kurumi, who was walking away, and suddenly said, You're right. The second elf was imprisoned by the Hidem. Also, the Hidem has his eyes on the person in your heart. Kurumi turned around and looked at the Phantom. However, the Phantom was already gone. All that was left was an empty alley. Kurumi smiled. Her smile was both happy and bloody. Chapter 1141. Not coming back. Wu Yan frowned as he listened to Koteri's voice on the other end of the line. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the negotiation? No, there's no problem with the negotiation. The display device and Kurumi's matter have been solved perfectly. They've already agreed to make the display device we need. They've also turned a blind eye to Kurumi's matter. It's going very smoothly. That's good to hear. Wu Yan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. The main reason he returned to the date battle world was to obtain the display device that he planned to use to strengthen the Misaka sisters' CR unit. If he couldn't complete this task, it would be a real headache. As for Kurumi, she already got enough time from him, so she doesn't need to attack anyone else. She shouldn't be able to cause any trouble, so Wu Yan isn't too worried about that. Since everything is going well, why aren't you coming back? Wu Yan tilted his head in confusion. Don't tell me there's something troublesome and you want to take it all on yourself? It's a pity. Although I did plan to do so in the beginning, it was too late. But he didn't give me a chance. Koteri sighed with a hint of displeasure. It's just that it's almost time for the annual round table conference to be held again. Instead of rushing back in a hurry, why don't we just finish the round table conference here before going back? The so-called round table conference was, in fact, a group formed by the high-ranking officers who founded Ratatosk. The chairman of the Round Table Conference was Woodman. Koteri was also a member of the Round Table Conference and was appointed as the commander of Ratatosk. As for the rest of the council members, some of them were higher-ups of Yasgate Electronics. Some are supporters who share the same goal as the Round Table Conference. Their true identity is only known to the other members of the Round Table Conference. However, to say that they had the same aspirations was nothing more than words. Kotori's displeasure could be heard from her tone. Some of the people in the Round Table Conference. In fact, she really hated it. This proves that some of the people in the Round Table Conference have bad intentions. However, on the surface, they were indeed supporting Ratatosker's operation. In Ratatosker, whether it was the display device needed for the elves or the operating funds, Ratatosker didn't have much money. Kotori, as the commander of Ratatosker, couldn't ignore the Round Table even if she hated this kind of person. Furthermore, while there were some who harbored evil intentions in the Round Table Conference, there were also some who truly advocated for saving the elves. No matter what, Kotori has to participate in the annual Round Table Conference. Wu Yan admired his sister. She was only a 15-year-old girl, yet she was able to become a council member and the commander of Ratatosker at such a young age. In a way, Kotori was even better than Shokuhu Misaki. At the very least, Shokuhu Misaki's wisdom is mostly due to her ability to control others' minds. Kotori, on the other hand, relied on her own ability to walk down this path, so how could she not be admired? I understand. I'll use the excuse that you're going to stay at your friend's house for a few days. Wu Yan nodded. In a few days, it's time to go on a study trip. Shiori is also worried about leaving you and Yoshino at home. Let Yoshino stay in Fraxinus for a few days. I'll tell Shiori that you brought Yoshino to your classmate's house. Let's do that. Kotori nodded in agreement. Then, she remembered something and said, I've put Shinzuki in charge of Ratatosker. Contact him if you need anything. Shinzuki? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. Can he do it? Don't worry. Don't look at him like that. When he gets serious, he will give you a scare. Kotori said. Wu Yan couldn't help but shrug. She sounded like she's up to no good. Wu Yan had a few question marks in his head. He shrugged helplessly. Alright, I'll contact him if I need anything, don't worry. We still have Shinzuki, Yatsuki, and Ling Yin. Kotori pursed her lips. Even if something goes wrong, it'll be because of you. Ahaha. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly. I'll take it that you're being arrogant. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm not joking. You need to be careful. Kotori's tone turned serious. The higher-ups here have begun to take notice of you. Some of them even think that you are more dangerous than the elves. If you cause any trouble, and those guys who only know how to talk big and are extremely afraid of death find out, it will be very troublesome. Is that so? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and his lips curled into a grin. Well, you don't have to worry about that. When have you ever seen me suffer? That's right. That's why I'm worried. Kotori smiled bitterly. Anyways, you need to be careful. I feel like something's going to happen. I know. Wu Yan shook his head. I'll be careful. Just take care of yourself. All right. Kotori wasn't sure if Wu Yan took her advice seriously, so she shook her head. That's it then. If something urgent happens, just call this number. This is the emergency line. You're allowed to pick it up even during the roundtable conference. All right, that's it then. Leaving these words, he hung up the call. Looking at the phone in his hand, he narrowed his eyes as if deep in thought. Something's going to happen. Not sure if he thought of something good or not, Wu Yan had a playful look in his eyes. Something is going to happen. Shrugging his shoulders, he turned around and walked into the classroom. The moment he entered the classroom, a voice filled with excitement rang out. Shido. Toka sprinted towards Wu Yan and she started waving her arms and legs while yelling at Wu Yan. Sensei said she's going to assign rooms for a study trip. Shido, let's be a team. 10 Fragrance's crisp voice caused the classroom, which was still in a noisy state a second ago, to quiet down. Then, a series of meaningful gazes swept over one after another. The smile on Wu Yan's face froze as he listened to the whispers around him. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead as he quickly rejected her with a righteous tone. No. 10 fragrances puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Why? This. Wu Yan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and smiled. Look, if you're in the same room as me, what about Shiori? She'll want to be in the same room as you. I see. Toka nodded in realization. Then, she heard a calm voice. Don't worry. Tashiichi Origami stood up from her seat and hugged Shiori, who was beside her. I'll be in the same group as Shiori. Sigh, this time, it was Shiori's turn to have a drop of sweat on his forehead. Shiori's face turned pale when she thought of the tragedy that happened when she went shopping with Tashiichi Origami. I can't be alone with Origami. As such a thought flashed through her mind, Shirji called out to him. Then Toka, you can come too. It's decided then. Before Toka and Tashiichi Origami could say anything, Wu Yan made the decision. At this moment, teacher Xiaozhu, who was standing on the podium, seemed to have thought of something and took out a piece of paper. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell everyone. The destination of this trip has changed. Ha! All of a sudden, the entire class's bewildered voices overlapped perfectly, reverberating in the air. There were only a few days left before the trip. If the destination was changed now, wouldn't all the preparation be wasted? Shori-sensei smiled as if she expected this. Don't worry, the destination is Homie Island. It's very close, so we don't need to prepare much. Hearing this, the classroom became noisy once again. No one noticed that Wu Yan, who was standing at the back of the classroom, had a small grin on his face. Chapter 1142. Tiangong City, Airport. Students. Please gather according to your class. In the plaza of the airport, teacher Xiaozhu and the other teachers of the other classes raised their hands and gave orders. They let the students who came to Zen High School to participate in the study trip line up according to their classes and get ready to board the plane at any time to set off for Hiroshima. Shiori pulled Toka, who kept looking around curiously towards the queue. Wu Yan carried a travel bag full of clothes and daily necessities as he walked behind the two of them. He looked around the airport and tapped on his unknown earpiece. Is it really okay? Ask Fraxinus to follow them to Orami Island. That's necessary. Ling Yin's tired voice rang out softly in the earpiece. After all, the travel agency that supports your study trip this time has a background that makes me a little worried. Oh? Wu Yan stopped and he grinned at Ling Yin. Did you guys notice it? Ling Yin, who was talking to Wu Yan in Fraxinus' command room, flinched when she heard this. So you already knew? Well, vaguely. Wu Yan pursed his lips and continued to follow Toka and Shiori. Is it Dem? Dem. At this time, Shina's voice came from the earpiece. Her voice was full of surprise and confusion. Could it be that this study trip has something to do with Dem? I can't tell if it's related to Dem or not. Wu Yan shrugged. However, when I went to ask teacher Little Zhu why the destination of the trip was changed, she said that a travel agency called Cross had contacted the school. They said that they wanted to promote their company's tourism business and provided the expenses and location of the trip for free on the condition that the photos used in the promotional brochure were taken. Free? Yu Yu's voice came from the command room. This is really generous. You can go on a study trip for free just by taking a few photos. No wonder Zen High changed their destination. But there was not the slightest bit of relief in Jin's voice. She spoke again. What does this have to do with Dem? Don't you know? Is that really? Wu Yan said in surprise. That travel agency called Cross or something is a subsidiary of Dem. A subsidiary of Dem? Zhen Na and Yeyue both froze at the same time. It's already suspicious enough to provide the cost and location of the study trip for free, but it's still more or less reasonable. However, since the target is the property of that dem, then if it's to promote tourism, wouldn't it be better to choose a more famous place? I don't think Lichon High is a famous school. As the target of the tourism promotion, it's not very likely that they would choose to come to Zen High School. Wu Yan added in a joking manner. Of course, it's also possible that there are other factors or it's a random selection. Maybe Lichon High School just happened to be selected. However, since it's a company under DM, it's always necessary to be a little vigilant. You're right. Shina and Yu nodded. The Dem is a dangerous entity that targets elves. To Ratatoskr, the Dem is an archenemy. Coincidentally, Toka is also in Lichon High School. Wu Yan was mistaken for an elf until now. Now that the Dem has a hand in some of Lichon High School's affairs, it's necessary to be on high alert. But I don't think we need Fraxinus to go with us to Japan, do we? Wu Yan said helplessly, wouldn't that be making a big deal out of nothing? Just in case. Just in case. If something urgent happens, we can go there immediately. Ling Yin explained calmly. She muttered in dissatisfaction. Initially, I wanted to act as Ratatoskr's contact person as a teacher, but the commander's sister has seen me before when she was traveling to the hot spring. If I follow her, it'll definitely arouse suspicion. If that happens, it'll be hard for me to explain to the commander, alright, don't worry too much. If there's an emergency, even if I can't handle it, you guys can't handle it either. Wu Yan shook his head. All in all, please pay attention to your surroundings. If you notice anything suspicious, you can decide what to do. As for the matters on the ground, I'll take care of them. Understood. Ling Yin replied. If it's not necessary, please don't remove Toka's seal. It'll be troublesome if Toka's psychic waves are detected. I don't think that's necessary. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks in an uncertain manner. I'll take care of it. Shina, Yu, wait for orders in Fraxinus. Yes, sir. Shina and Yu answered in a strong voice. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he remembered something. Oh right, didn't Kotori say that Shinzuki is in charge of Ratatoskr? Why didn't I hear his voice? He's lying on the commander's seat right now. Ling Yin said in an emotionless voice. He said he wants to use his body temperature to retain the commander's precious scent and warmth. Alright, pretend I didn't ask. 10 minutes later, the students of Lichon High School were all lined up neatly with bags in their hands. They were waiting to board the plane and head to the destination of their study trip, Hashima. Alright. Students. Please be quiet. Teacher Xiao Zhu stepped forward and clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the group of students who were discussing their study trip. Then, she smiled and stepped aside. Let me introduce you to someone. As Soja-sensei stepped aside, a tall girl appeared in front of everyone. She has light blonde hair that fluttered in the wind. The rest of her hair was tied up behind her head. She's wearing a reporter's outfit with a camera hanging around her neck. Her facial features are different from Asians. Her skin is snow white as if she came from a foreign country. She exudes an aura that doesn't fit in but doesn't give off a sense of distance. Only the sharper ones like Toka and Tokichi Origami noticed that this girl has a unique aura. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a peculiar glint when he saw the girl. He looked at her with a playful and contemptuous gaze. This is the photographer sent by the travel agency. Soja-sensei introduced the photographer to the students. Since this study trip is sponsored by the cross-travel agency for free, in order to provide help to the travel agency, the photographer will record and shoot the process of your trip. Therefore, if you are photographed, please cooperate and don't cause any trouble, just call me Irene. The photographer named Elaine smiled and bowed politely. I look forward to your guidance on this trip. Thank you for your guidance. The group of students responded one after another. Good, good. Soja-sensei nodded happily. It's about time to board the plane. Remember to bring your belongings. Don't leave them behind. Yes. Irene touched the camera in her hand when she saw the students talking about their belongings. She glanced at the students and stopped at two people. Toka was chatting happily with Shiori. She looked at Wu Yan, who was looking at her with a faint smile. Irene's pupils constricted, and then she looked away as if nothing had happened. A trace of vigilance rose in her heart. Could it be that the person who looked like their devil knew his identity? No, I shouldn't have met him before. She turned to look at Wu Yan again. That half-smile he had on his face was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there is an ordinary male student with a helpless smile on his face, chatting with Shiori and Toka about something. Seeing this, even Irene couldn't help but feel doubtful. Just now, was that just an illusion? Is that guy really the Red Devil? Chapter 1143. High up in the sky, in a plane flying at high speed. Wow. Leaning on the window and looking at the endless ocean below, Toka's dreamy eyes fluctuated with extraordinary splendor. She seemed very excited. This is the ocean? It's really big. Seeing Toka's unusually happy expression, Shiori unconsciously also showed a smile on her face. Don't worry, we'll be able to play at the beach soon, so Toka, if you're too excited, be careful that you don't have the energy to swim. Swim. 10 Incense narrowed her eyes in anticipation. She hurriedly sat down in her seat. You're right, can't be too excited. If you're too excited, you won't have the energy to swim. Calm down. She muttered to herself to calm down, and she did indeed calm down. However, because she was too calm, her squinted eyes began to blink tiredly. Not long after, she closed her eyes. Her head also tilted to the side and she fell into a deep slumber. Really? Shiori helplessly shook her head. Her eyes couldn't help but show a doting expression. She flicked Toka's bangs and softly muttered, "Good night." All of a sudden, a cold gaze pierced from Shiori's side to her back, causing her to feel a chill down her spine. The doting smile on her face also froze up. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Shiori turned her head with an uneasy expression and looked to the other side of her. Then, Tokichi Origami's calm face and cold gaze were imprinted in her eyes. Looking at Toka Origami's cold gaze, Shiori embarrassedly smiled and carefully asked a question. "What's wrong?" Origami classmate. Toka Origami didn't say anything. She stared at Shiori, until a while later, her eyes closed, head tilted. Like Toka, she seems to have fallen asleep. Shiori's mouth twitched. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Toka Origami, who was sleeping, seemed to be a bit dissatisfied. She rubbed her head against Shiori's body. That appearance looked strange, but Shiori, who already had some understanding of Toka Origami, unwillingly understood. At that moment, Shirji could only sigh. She also stroked Toka Origami's bangs. She forced a smile. "Good night." Yuichi Origami's expression finally looked better. Not far behind Toka, Tobarama Origami, and Shiori. Irene raised the camera in her hand, adjusted the focus, and aimed it at Toka and the other two. To be more precise, it was aimed at the sleeping 10 Incense. After a few clicks, the photos were taken one after another. After pressing the shutter countless times, Irene put down the camera in her hand and stared at the sleeping Toka with a frown. This time, Irene's mission wasn't just to investigate 10 fragrances. She also had to investigate Wu Yan and Kurumi, who looked very similar to elves. However, since the beginning of her trip, she had seen 10 Incense and Wu Yan, but not Kurumi. What's going on? Irene muttered to herself with a frown. Why don't I see Nightmare? As soon as she said this, a magnetic voice rang in Irene's ears. Nightmare? Who is that? Alarmed, Irene abruptly turned her head to look behind her. As she did so, a face with a mysterious smile entered her field of vision, causing her heart to skip a beat. Is there another foreigner on the plane like Miss Irene? Wu Yan blinked his eyes and he laughed in a weird manner. The foreigner with the name Nightmare sure has a personality, no? No. Irene tried to suppress her wildly beating heart. She tilted her head at Wu Yan in confusion. You are? Me? Wu Yan shrugged and smiled. Miss Irene, don't you know me? Someone took a photo of me just now. Irene's eyes trembled, she forced a smile. Is that so? I'm sorry, it's a job requirement. Ma, looks like being a photographer isn't easy after all. Wu Yan looked at Irene straight in the eye. He pointed at the seat beside him as if he's trying to strike up a conversation with Irene. Can I sit here? Hearing this, Irene subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she thought that it would be easier to observe, she nodded her head. Of course. Thank you very much. Wu Yan bowed like a noble. He sat down beside Irene and he handed her one of the 2 bottles of drinks he's been holding. If you don't mind, please have this, tea, thank you. Irene took the drink from Wu Yan's hand with an unnatural expression. She didn't open it, she just held it in her hand. Most girls wouldn't eat or drink anything given to them by a guy they met for the first time. After all, she didn't know if the guy was up to no good. As for Irene, apart from this reason, there was also another reason. The one who gave her the drink was most likely an elf. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly drink a drink from the other party? Wu Yan didn't notice this, but he opened his drink and took a sip. He looked straight ahead and suddenly spoke. Isn't Toka cute? She didn't expect Wu Yan to say something like that. She asked out of reflex. Why do you ask? Isn't it? Wu Yan looked at Irene in surprise. Miss Irene, haven't you been taking pictures of Toka? Isn't it because she's cute? Irene's heart almost skipped a beat. Her originally unnatural expression became even more unnatural. She nodded perfunctorily in a slightly flustered state. Well, that's true, isn't that a little too perfunctory? Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he took a sip of his drink. Then, he leaned back in his chair. Miss Irene, you've been taking pictures of me and Toka since we got on the plane. I thought you took a fancy to us and wanted to use our pictures as the cover of the travel agency's brochure. Hearing this, Irene's grip on the camera tightened. Even her breathing quickened a little as she forced a smile. I'm sorry. You and that lady have a unique temperament, so I couldn't help but take a few more pictures. Did I cause you trouble? Trouble, what a nuisance. Wu Yan tapped the cold surface of the can with his finger and chuckled. Of course it's not troublesome to take pictures now. But if you take them back, we'll be in trouble. Irene's eyes wavered, her smile became more and more feeble. It's just for the travel agency's brochure. It won't cause you any trouble, is that so? Wu Yan glanced at Irene. Irene thought she was hallucinating. Wu Yan grinned at her with a smile that didn't look like a smile on his face. I hope that's the case. After all, Miss Irene seems to be very smart, but it's easy for her to make some mistakes. Confused. Irene looked at herself in confusion. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Don't you know? Wu Yan tapped his ear with a faint smile. For example, women usually wear headphones. If they don't want people to see them, they'll cover their ears with their hair. Miss Irene, you didn't notice. What? Irene immediately touched her ear. When she touched her wireless headset, her heart beat faster again. This is the wireless headset she used to keep in touch with the team that came with her. And, Miss Irene. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as if he didn't see Irene's panicked expression. In the beginning, although I said, 10 fragrances is very cute, I didn't tell you who 10 fragrances is. The blood drained from Irene's face, and she became abnormally pale. Miss Irene is surprisingly easy to bully. Wu Yan smiled and stood up. No, before Miss Irene hates me, it seems like I have to retreat as soon as possible. Wu Yan waved at Irene and walked away with the can in his hand. Irene held the camera in her hand and looked at Wu Yan's back with uncertainty. Chapter 1144. Between the Aizu archipelago and the Ogasawara archipelago, there is an island with a total area of about 70 square kilometers. Huamei Island. 30 years ago, there was a period of time when spacequakes happened very frequently. Even this place was affected by spacequakes. A large part of the northern part of the island was hollowed out. From the middle of the island to the outside, it became an empty island sea. It looked very desolate. It was only in recent years that Huamei Island was redeveloped and turned into a sightseeing island with both scenery and entertainment. In this respect, Huamei Island and Tiangong City have a very similar background. After all, Tiangong City used to be a ruin because of frequent spacequakes. Later it was redeveloped into a residential area. Like other redeveloped areas, Huamei Island had also been perfectly planned and organized, and a perfect disaster prevention policy had been implemented. In terms of measures to deal with space earthquakes, it might be a little weaker than Tiangong City, but it was not much weaker. Moreover, the coast was completely cut off because of spacequakes. Like a crescent moon suspended in the ocean, it formed a precious and beautiful scenery, attracting a lot of tourists. Whether local or foreign, people came to Huamei Island for sightseeing almost every day. Perhaps it was a little disrespectful to the victims who had lost their lives because of the spacequake. But in fact, Huamei Island did have the opportunity to gradually become prosperous and become a tourist attraction because of spacequakes. And the free study trip sponsored by Cross Travel Agency is the destination of this island. The plane carrying the students and teachers of Lai Chan High School gradually landed on the crescent-shaped island. It didn't stop until it arrived at an airport. Not long after, the preparations to get off the plane were quickly completed. One by one, students in uniforms and teachers in casual clothes got off the plane and stood in the airport. They looked around. There was a bit of excitement on their faces. Taking a deep breath of the slightly cold air, Wu Yan couldn't help but praise while carrying a travel bag. Such fresh air, it smells cool even to the throat. It's the best place to travel in the summer. Indeed. Shiori also took a breath of the air. There was a faint surprise on her face. Originally, because the destination was too close, I didn't have much expectation. I didn't think it would be such a good place. Coming to this study trip was the right choice. Why do you all look so happy? Toka wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air with all her might. There's no smell at all. There's also a very, very strange smell. That's probably the smell of the sea. Wu Yan laughed and rubbed Toka's head. Don't smell fresh air like food, you idiot. I'm not an idiot. Toka retorted. Astria is an idiot. Astria? Shiori was taken aback. She asked in confusion. Who is Astria? Astria is. She is an idiot. Seeing as Toka is about to explain to Shiori, Wu Yan interrupted her. He pushed the two of them and they walked towards the rest of the party. It's time to gather. Hurry up. I know, don't push me, HKA. Fka HKA. Don't be so calculative. Let's go quickly, seriously. While the three of them were pushing and shoving each other, Irene got off the plane. She looked at Wu Yan and Toka as she pressed down on one of her ears. At the same time, in the sky above Huamei Island, the clouds that were gathered together suddenly flowed to the sides as if they were cut open by something. The soft cotton clouds flowed in the direction of the flow and drew a rather large frame, proving that there was something over there. As a matter of fact, there are indeed some things there. It's a humongous object. In a space that was invisible to the naked eye, a giant airship that was dark red in color and shaped like a cobra's head was floating above the clouds. Against the dense air pressure, it parted the clouds and slowly moved forward. The name of this airship was Albald, and it was one of the few large airships manufactured by the DEM company. In order to support Irene and help her capture the elves at any time, Westcott didn't hesitate to send out this airship and let it listen to Irene's orders. Once Irene confirmed that the target was the elves, then this Albard would launch a fierce attack on Orami Island. The executive force that has been keeping in touch with Elaine is on standby in this Albard. In Albard, a middle-aged man sitting on the captain's seat looked at the screen showing Wu Yan and Toka. He rubbed his beard as if he was thinking of something. They're the targets this time? Isn't it just a brat and a little girl? Are they really fairies? If fairies can be judged by their appearance, we wouldn't have to work so hard. The moment the middle-aged man, who seemed to be the captain, finished his words, a loudspeaker sounded in the surroundings. It's the voice of DEM's second executive department head, Irene. Fairies have all kinds of strange abilities. They can hide their psychic waves and maintain a certain degree of appearance. It's stupid to use psychic wave detectors to identify fairies. Hearing Irene's blunt and impolite words, the captain of Albald chuckled and shrugged. Is that so? Thank you for your reminder, executive department head. Hearing the captain's indifferent tone from the headset, Irene frowned slightly, and her voice became cold. Anyway, stay alert. Don't lose sight of those two. The captain's eyes turned vicious. He looked at Irene's image on the screen and felt displeased. As the world's strongest magician, Irene's strength is unimaginable. However, the captain is very displeased with Irene. He hasn't seen Irene's strength with his own eyes. Just the fact that he has to obey the orders of a little girl who is old enough to be his daughter is enough to make him feel displeased. That's why he's always treated Irene's orders with a perfunctory attitude. Of course, to avoid being punished for failing the mission, the captain won't let his emotions control him. He'll still carry out the orders he needs to carry out. For example, now. Then, what should we do? Yes. That's right. Irene pondered for a moment before issuing the order. First, cut off the radio signal on Homey Island. At least make sure no one can stop us. Understood. The captain nodded expressionlessly. He waved at the crew below. Activate the hindrance domain. Cut off the radio signal. Yes, sir. A series of overlapping responses echoed in the air. Then, below the captain's seat, a group of Albert's crew members began to operate the computer. After a while, a thin layer of fog-like barrier shrouded the entire island. It was hidden in the void, and no one could see it. Island's overall area is 70 square kilometers. It's able to activate the domain on the entire island. The scale alone is incomparable to AST. With this hindrance domain, other than Irene's special communication device, all communication between the island and outside will be cut off. In other words, no matter what happens on the island, AST won't be able to detect anything even if there's a spacequake. Homey Island will become a place where the DEM can do whatever they want. The hindrance domain has been activated. The radio signal has been cut off. The captain reported word by word and casually suggested. Do we need to send out the Bandersnatch? Hearing this, Irene fell silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. Have all the Bandersnatch on standby on Homey Island. What? The captain, who was just casually saying it, couldn't help but be shocked. All the Bandersnatch? Don't doubt your ears. Irene looked up at Wu Yan's receding figure. Her lips curled into an ugly smile. If I don't do this, I won't feel at ease. Chapter 1145. Fraxinus is in the sky above Komei Island. Captain. Captain. Standing on the edge of the command platform, Jianghu kept shouting into the communication device in front of him. This scene had been going on for more than 10 minutes. However, no matter how loud she shouted, Wu Yan's voice didn't come out of the loudspeaker. She frowned as she looked at Ling Yin and Yi Yu. She sighed and shook her head. It's still not working, I can't contact the captain. The radio signal doesn't seem to be able to reach Hume Island. Ling Yin answered calmly as she operated a sophisticated instrument. Looks like someone is interfering with the radio signal transmission on Komei Island. Someone? Yi Yu was slightly taken aback. Then, her eyes narrowed. Is it DEM? DEM. Hearing the name of the organization he used to belong to, Shina's face showed some disgust, but he still nodded. Indeed, other than DEM, I can't think of anyone else who has the ability to interfere with Ratatosk's radio signal. Vice Commander Shinzuki. Night Moon turned around and looked at Kyuhei, who was still rubbing his head against the commander's desk. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "What should we do?" "Well, if it's the commander's brother, then we'll be fine. Even without our support, they would still be more active and safe than anyone else," Kanazuki Kyuhei said nonchalantly. Many of Ratatosk's members were speechless. Shina, Yu, and Ling Yin were the only ones who noticed that Shinzuki Kyuhei's careless and unreliable words were the most accurate analysis of the situation. The three of them looked at each other. Yu asked Shinzuki Kyuhei again, "Are we just going to wait here?" "Well." Shinzuki Kyuhei rubbed his chin and muttered, "The commander's brother is strong. He doesn't need our support. However, the commander's sister and Toka are still on Home Island. No matter how strong the commander's brother is, the two of them might be exposed to danger." Hearing this, the three of them were convinced that Kanazuki Kyuhei was not someone to be judged by his appearance. As such, their faces were all tense. Deputy Commander Shinwue. Night Moon nodded. "Please give the order." Hearing this, Shinwue stood up respectfully and waved his hand. It was only then that he looked like a deputy commander. "Switch the mode of the radio signal. Try to bypass the signal blockage. Compress all the radio waves into one line. Target Itoshido's wireless circuit." "Yes, Miss Koyu." After giving the order, Kanazuki Kyuhei returned to his casual self. He said to Shina, "Just in case, please go to Hiroshima Island and secretly protect Toka and the commander's sister." "That's exactly what I want." Gina smiled and jumped off the platform, running outside. "Ah." Kanazuki Kyuhei groaned in disgust after Shina left. He slumped on the platform and rubbed his face against Kotori's seat. "Originally, I wanted to directly remove the invisible camouflage and let the Dem notice us. Then, we would have a big battle. This way, when the commander comes back, he will definitely punish me severely. How happy would that be?" The members of Ratatosk who were impressed by Kanazuki Kyuhei's quick and decisive orders were now sweating profusely. They no longer expected anything from Kanazuki Kyuhei. At the same time, on Home Island, using the surrounding buildings and trees as cover, Irene reported her whereabouts and gave some orders through her earpiece. She kept her eyes on Wu Yan, Toka, and Shirori who were chatting and laughing as they walked away. She carefully moved her feet. At this moment, the students of Raichan High School are being guided by the teachers towards the information center of Himejima. Maybe it's because they didn't get to go sightseeing, so the students are a bit listless. Only Toka, who is walking at the back of the group, is looking around curiously, causing Wu Yan and Shirori to be full of smiles as well. When they were about to arrive at the archive, Wu Yan, who was walking at the back of the group, suddenly stopped. He said something to Shirori and Toka. After the two girls nodded, he smiled and waved his hand. Then, he walked towards the forest. Seeing this, Irene was shocked. She glanced at Toka, who was following the group, and then looked at Wu Yan, who walked into the forest. She hesitated for a moment before speaking into her earpiece. "Albald, you guys are in charge of monitoring the girl who is suspected to be Princess. I'll follow the boy who is suspected to be Red Devil." "Yes, Executive Director." Irene nodded heavily. She tightened her grip on her camera and moved her feet. She followed Wu Yan from afar and walked towards the forest. In a corner of Home Island, there was a forest that wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It surrounded the area with the most people and was distributed in an irregular circle. This forest was one of the scenic spots on Home Island. Although it wasn't famous, it attracted the attention of some tourists due to the rare species of trees that could occasionally be found here. As for the forest itself, it wasn't very dense. In fact, it was a little sparse. Of course, the sparse trees were only relative to other forests. For ordinary people, this forest was enough to be a good place to play hide and seek. Therefore, Irene couldn't help but boldly pull a distance away from Wu Yan. She used the surrounding trees to hide herself and followed behind Wu Yan unhurriedly. In front of her, Wu Yan passed through one tree after another. He didn't admire the rare species of trees, nor did he pay attention to the surrounding scenic spots. He walked as if he had no destination at all. Seeing this scene, Irene's heart was filled with doubts. However, she still followed closely behind Wu Yan. Just like now, there was no outsider present. It was very likely that Red Devil would reveal a circle. At that time, Irene would be able to confirm that Wu Yan was an elf. Just as Irene was thinking about this, Wu Yan suddenly stopped in front of her. The voice that disturbed Irene's mood on the plain echoed in the empty forest. I don't know how long it will take me to walk like this. Let's stop here. As if talking to himself, Wu Yan turned around. His wine-red eyes stared straight at Irene. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Still not planning to come out? Miss Irene. I've been discovered. Hiding behind a tree, Irene's heart suddenly trembled. She saw the smile on Wu Yan's face and her palms involuntarily sweated. She took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. She walked out and stared straight at Wu Yan. You discovered me long ago. That's why you deliberately walked into the forest, right? If you insist on an explanation. Wu Yan shrugged. Well, that's the general situation, is that so? Irene's expression turned cold. Can I ask, how did you find me? Interesting, that's an interesting question. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Irene, I was right when I said you're a little muddle-headed. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, Wu Yan laughed as he explained. I already pointed out a few of your flaws on the plane. These flaws are more than enough to prove that you're not a normal photographer. You also have other motives. Do you really think I wouldn't do something to you? Irene abruptly raised her head. What did you do to me? Well, don't be nervous. Wu Yan smirked. It's just a little detection magic that allows me to sense your location. It won't be long before it disappears. Magic. Irene raised her eyebrows in confusion. Yes. Magic. Wu Yan's smile slowly faded. His expression was indifferent, but it gave Irene a strange sense of oppression. It's different from the fake magic that you magicians recreate with the help of the display device. It's real magic. You. Irene's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1146. His voice echoed in her ears. She felt like she fell into an ice cave. Her body temperature dropped at an unimaginable speed. She even felt a chill in her heart. Looking at Wu Yan's nonchalant expression, Irene more or less understood what's going on. His identity had been exposed from the very beginning. The man in front of her not only has magical powers, but he also knows her identity. Otherwise, why would he say something like magician that belongs to the combat personnel who control the CR unit? Perhaps he had already been exposed to them. Even secret information such as the executive director of the DM might be known by them. Thinking of this, Irene felt that her investigation along the way was like a clown's, and her face suddenly turned ugly. You really are the elf. The Red Devil. The Red Devil? Wu Yan frowned and scratched his face. Is that my identification name? Who gave me such an ugly name? Seeing Wu Yan's nonchalant attitude, Irene's ugly face faded away. It was replaced by a cold and emotionless face. You just have to answer me. Are you an elf or not? Oh. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and smirked. At this point in time. Even if I don't admit I'm an elf, you won't believe me, right? Wu Yan shrugged. Just think of me as an elf. If that's the case, all of you who have been pursuing fairies should be very happy. Hearing this, Irene once again confirmed her guess. It seems like you already know my true identity. Irene threw the camera in her hand to the ground and narrowed her eyes. If that's the case, please give up on your futile resistance and come with me. Is this the first thing you say after coming to the conclusion that I'm an elf? Wu Yan shook his head in disappointment. I was expecting you to say some unexpected lines, Miss Elaine. How boring. So, you're not going to cooperate? Irene's eyes also turned cold. She was different from her behavior at the beginning. Now, she was emitting a sharp aura. Even the air around her became a lot thicker. Are you finally serious? Wu Yan had an amused expression when he sensed the change. He even praised her for it. As expected of the world's strongest magician. You even know that? Irene's cold expression turned gloomy. How much do you know? I know. I know everything I can. Irene said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Wu Yan pretended to be deep in thought before he laughed out loud. For example, your identity, Ms. Irene, or that annoying guy from Westcott, even Ike knows about it? Irene gritted her teeth and took a few steps back. Forget it. As for why you know so much, I'll interrogate you when we get back to the company. That's not a bad idea. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's thinking about something. He opened his eyes after a while. He opened his eyes and smiled. How about this, Ms. Irene? Let's play a game. A game? Irene blinked. Yes. A game. Wu Yan opened his arms as if to show his sincerity. He looked at Irene with an open mouth. The rules of the game are like this. If you can beat me, I'll go with you to meet Will Scott. Alice's eyes narrowed and she asked in a deep voice, then what if I lose? Lose? Well, I lost. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and he looked up at the sky with a grin. There seems to be one of your DM's airships up there. You sure know everything, huh? Irene looked at Wu Yan with an expressionless face. And then? Even if it's a DM, there shouldn't be many airships of this size. You'll feel bad if it's destroyed, right? You. Irene held her breath. Could it be? Have you guessed it? Wu Yan grinned mischievously. He pointed at the sky with his finger. If you lose, I'll be responsible for sending that scrap metal to the recycling station. Irene stared at the grinning Wu Yan and for some reason, her heart started beating faster. For the first time in her life, she was afraid. No matter how strong the man was, he had everything under his control. It was as if he could predict the future. She couldn't help but fear him. Sensing this fear, Irene clenched her fists. Then, what about the game? That goes without saying. Wu Yan looked at Irene with an exaggerated look of surprise. He continued with a condescending tone. Since Miss Irene is the most powerful magician in the world, of course, I have to defeat you in your area of expertise. That's the most interesting thing, isn't it? Hearing this, the fear in Irene's heart was replaced by a trace of anger. Are you looking down on me? Why would I? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Irene mockingly. It's just that Ms. Irene seems to think that no one in this world can defeat you. That's why I want to use my real strength to wake you up. So that you can recognize your own ignorance and insignificance. The anger in Irene's heart was easily ignited. Bzzz. Specks of golden light suddenly converged from all directions and condensed on Irene's body, completely covering her body inside. In a situation where even the air is trembling, the light that enveloped Irene's body is beginning to twist and stretch. When the light dissipated, Irene looked completely different from before. The clothes on his body were replaced by a tight-fitting and smooth uniform. His limbs were wrapped in mechanical armor, with parts scattered all over his body. On his back were mechanical wings that looked like wings, and on his back were two sword-shaped equipment that were slender and oversized. The display device for personal combat, the CR unit. It was because of this equipment that an individual could obtain power that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and become a special race that was limited to this world, a magician. In the past, AST relied on such equipment to fight against the elves. However, unlike AST's equipment, Irene's CR unit, was not only white in color, but its design was even more unique. It's definitely not an ordinary CR unit. Oh, you're angry. Wu Yan teased Irene as he sized up the CR unit on her body. This CR unit seems to be a lot stronger than the AST set. Don't compare my Pendragon to the AST, that's more common. Irene pulled out the sword-shaped equipment on her back. A laser beam shot out and pointed at Wu Yan. My Pendragon is a CR unit specially made by Dem. It's the most suitable CR unit for me. Comparing AST, which can be made by spending a certain amount of money, with it is the biggest insult. My apologies then. Wu Yan didn't sound apologetic at all. He stomped on the ground and he leaped into the air. He shot into the sky and he shot towards the horizon. Trying to escape. She tightened her grip on her lightsaber and the wings on her back released a burst of thrust. Under Irene's control, she chased after Wu Yan and flew into the sky as well. Like two meteors, the two of them drew a smooth trajectory, one in front and one behind. They shot up into the boundless sky like chasing the stars and the moon. Only when they reached the clouds did the two of them reveal their figures. They floated above the clouds, facing each other from a distance. Looking at Irene who was aiming her laser sword at him, Wu Yan laughed. He waved his hand and Niatono no Shana came out of the gate of Babylon and landed on his palm. He then pointed it downwards at an angle. Let's start our game. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.